The heart of your teams. The heart of the Sunshine State. Valley Sports Sun and Valley Sports Florida. The heart of the fan.
For a quick two-game series against the Los Angeles Angels, and we will get you ready for it here on Marlins Live, the pregame show brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. And how about some of the names you're going to see in action over the next couple of days, starting with the Marlins' Brian De La Cruz, a hero yesterday, that two-run home run late in the game that helped the Marlins sweep the Washington Nationals. And then a face you definitely recognize for the Angels, Mike Trout, a 9-time All-Star, a 3-time AL MVP, 23 home runs on the season. Such a dangerous hitter. But he is not the only one for the Angels. How about potentially one of the greatest two-way players of all time, Shohei Ohtani? We will see him serve as the designated hitter tonight. The Marlins will face him on the mound tomorrow. And how about this? It's Ohtani's birthday. It's also Japanese Heritage Night here at the ballpark. As we welcome you inside loanDepot Park, I'm Jessica Blaylock along with Gabby Sanchez. And Gabby, the Marlins coming off of a really nice road trip where they went 5-2 against the Cardinals and the Nationals. That included that 4-game sweep over the Nats. Certainly want to keep that momentum going into what should be a couple of fun games over the next couple of days against the Angels.
Yeah, how can you not be happy? You're coming home. The team is on a 5-game winning streak. They play better at home. They have a higher average at home. They're hitting .261, 29 points higher than they are on the road. You kind of look at what they're doing, 19-16 at home. So they're playing really good baseball here, and they're 2 games under 500. So if they could do something against this Angels team, which has not been playing good, you could talk about the Marlins being 500 heading up to New York.
Yeah, this wild card race in the National League is getting really interesting. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. But first, one thing that's really defined the Marlins, even stretching back to the end of their last homestand, late game heroics, and it really did start in that series finale against the Mets. How about Nick Fortes with his first ever walk-off home run?
It was great. Ottavino had thrown him a slider. The first pitch, he missed it by a mile. He knew he was going to get it, ends up hitting a home run. How about here against Ryan Helsley with the Cardinals? Nobody's been able to touch him. Boom, you have a huge home run by Garcia to center field to give them the lead, and they were able to get it. Then Sanchez. This was a big one because this game was back and forth, back and forth. Sanchez put the staple on it. They were able to win that one. And then the Brian De La Cruz, the huge shot to clinch that 4-game winner and sweep of the Nationals. It's what you need to do. You need to beat the teams that you're supposed to beat. That's exactly what the Marlins did.
And looking at the NL wildcard standings, you alluded to it, Gabby. This is why it's getting so interesting. Yes, the Phillies, the Giants are right ahead of the Marlins, but the Marlins only a couple of games back, and we still have a ton of baseball to play.
There's a ton of baseball yet to play. You're going to be playing against the Phillies a lot. You're going to be playing against the Braves a lot. And if you want to be one of these contending teams, those are the ones that you have to beat. You have to beat the guys in your own division. They're on top of you. But guess what? Marlins are playing really good baseball right now, and if they can continue on this run, with this pitching staff, if the hitters continue to hit, boy, that's a really good baseball team.
And they're only a couple of games back to that third wild card spot because of the 5-game win streak. And Joey Wendell says, really during this streak, it has been a team effort.
Yeah, I mean, we've had clutch, huge performance from different guys every night. And then, you've had some guys just be really consistent, really steady, really good all year with runners in scoring position. So, the thing that just keeps on coming to mind is just team. I mean, we've just been playing as a team the past 5 games. And, it's been encouraging. We've really, we've been down late, we've been up late. I mean, it seems like we've been able to win games in so many different ways over the past 5 games. So the late hitting is definitely a part of it.
It's been great to be a part of it. Obviously, Knicks gets us a win. They've all ended up getting us wins, and not necessarily are they, they're not guaranteed. They're not like at home, right? So, but it's been good to be able to put those on the board. Obviously, Sanchez the other day I thought was huge. Yesterday, De La's big. I mean, they're all pretty amazing.
And Gabby, what kind of confidence does it give a clubhouse not to just get those kind of swings late in the game, But you don't have just one guy carrying the load, right? It really has been multiple players who have stepped up.
It's been definitely a team approach, and what I like about it is when the team gets down, they don't get down on themselves. They actually pick themselves up, and they're able to come back. There's a lot of these games that they were up ahead, then they lost the lead, and instead of just being a team that just kind of like, oh, I guess we lost the lead and it's done, no, they kept pushing back. They were able to get the lead, and even when they lost the lead or they tied it up in the 9th, they were able to come back in the 10th and continue their good ABs, and that's what you want to see in a winning ball club. It's what can you do with that adversity when you fall behind? Are you able to get back up? They've shown that they're able to get back up and win those baseball games.
Now, on the opposite side for the Angels, one player that we're once again going to get an up-close look at, one of the best two-way players that maybe Major League Baseball has ever seen, Shohei Ohtani. Let's start with the pitching side of it. He's got a 7-4 record, an ERA of 2.68, Gabby.
And then when I look at 101 strikeouts, 17 base on balls, he is not going to walk you. He goes right after you. I remember I played against him in 2015 in Japan, and when I saw him there, I said, this is a special kid. He will be playing in the major league soon, and it's not only because of what he does on the pitching mound, what he can do with the bat. A 262 batting average, 18 home runs with the 51 RBIs. He can beat you on the mound, and then he can beat you with the bat. I don't think there's anybody in baseball that has been able to do what he has done. I know they talk about Babe Ruth and what he was able to do, but this is something special in a different era.
And you had a chance to see him in Japan years ago, and you saw this coming from Ohtani, right?
I definitely did. I remember watching him take BP, and he was kind of like the spectacle where you would go out there, and I remember playing with Giancarlo Stanton, and people would come out to watch him hit BP. Well, guess what? People did the same thing with Shohei Ohtani. I did it. I stood out there. I watched him hit BP. He would hit balls opposite field farther than I would pull balls. It was just amazing to watch this young man play. And then he gets onto the mound throwing 100 miles an hour with a split finger. It was like, oh, boy, this is going to be a tough AB, tough guy, but always with a smile on his face, just a complete competitor.
And we will see him on the mound in Game 2 of this series coming up tomorrow. Now let's get to our census scouting report. We're going to focus on Mike Trout. We know that he has dealt with some injuries throughout the course of his career, but Gabby, when this guy is healthy, he is not just one of the best players in Major League Baseball. He is a generational talent that gets it done.
Yeah, he's a generational talent, and it's what he can do with the bat. A short, compact swing. He's able to hit the ball out to center field, to left center, to right center, any place in the ballpark that he wants to. He was a 2012 Rookie of the Year, two-time All-Star MVP. He is one of those talents that, yeah, right now he might not be swinging the bat, but that doesn't go too long, because all of a sudden it just takes him one good BP where he starts hitting the ball to the big part of the field and gets back on track, and then watch out, because, boy, he is something special.
And you can see right there a 3-time American League MVP. So maybe focusing on this season, our Toyota Inside Look, some potential MVP candidates right now as we reach almost the halfway point in Major League Baseball. And look at some of the names on that list. Of course, Aaron Judge and what he's been doing this season has been unreal. Shohei Ohtani, we've talked about what makes him so special. What do you think of this list of MVP candidates right now in the American League?
If I had to rank 1, 2, and 3, I probably would go with Aaron Judge first, just because of what he's doing with the Yankees. They're in the lead. They've been playing really good baseball. 29 home runs, 59 RBIs. You have to look at Yordan Alvarez as well with the 310, 24 home runs. Then, of course, Shohei's always going to be in that mix for MVP just because of what he can do on the mound and then what he can do with the bat. He could hurt you both ways. That has a lot to do. But then you look at Mike Trout, and if he can get hot, then he's another one. And then you start to think, are they going to be taking each other's votes for the MVP being teammates?
And speaking of voting, Jazz Chisholm Jr. is currently on the IL. Hopefully he will be back soon. But until he does return, one thing that you can do is vote for Jazz for this year's All-Star Game. The second phase of voting has begun. He is such a dynamic player. He's so much fun to watch. He always finds a way to impact the game. So to cast your vote, go to marlins.com/all-star. The voting will end this Friday at 2 p.m. And you can tell the popularity of Jazz, not just in South Florida, but really all around the league, to see how many votes he has already picked up at this point. So go to marlins.com/all-star to vote for Jazz. Here's what we've got coming up on Marlins Live, the pregame show brought to you by Lexus. What a matchup today. It's Sandy Alcantara versus the Angels. Who will get the best of that matchup? Well, my money is on the Sandman. Also, it's a Twitter and email Tuesday with Craig Minervini running the show. We will check in with Craig, find out our hashtag for tonight, and we'll fill you in on how you can join the conversation. But coming up next, you know it. You love it. It's your favorite part of the show. It's Pick the Stick, straight ahead on Marlins Live, the pregame show.
So, what do you think?
This is fine.
This is not a test. Please
This is
exit the building.
fine.
This is fine. Now this is fine. Get fine deals at the Toyota Big One sales event. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
Free Sonic cheeseburger when you make a purchase with the app.
A purchase of anything. So I can get a slush
Yes.
and get a cheeseburger for free.
Yes.
Wow.
Who lied to you?
Any purchase.
Let me see. I gotta see this with my own eyes.
Pull it up.
When you buy appliances from the Home Depot, everything just clicks. Compare brands in-store or online. See them in your space and schedule free delivery. So when it's installed, it'll just click. Shop 4th of July savings on select Samsung appliances at the Home Depot.
And then why?
Okay, honey, time for bed. Your pixies can wait till tomorrow.
They're elves.
Yes.
To all the fans who go deep, keep going. See where it takes you. Prime Video.
The best celebrations are all about family and creating memories that will last a lifetime. Bringing joy and excitement to each other. For 3 generations, we've been the flavor of celebrations. Here's to many more. La Lechonera, the original mojo. Bring a taste of our home to yours.
Marlins Live, the pregame show on Valley Sports Florida is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. So many beautiful spots around Miami, but the place to be tonight is loanDepot Park to watch Sandy Alcantara take on that Angels lineup. For now, let's get to Pick the Stick. You know the rules well by now, how the scoring is going to break down all the good stuff in blue, the way you pick up points, especially the home run, a massive 4 points, but the things that you're going to want to avoid at the bottom of the screen, the error, the strikeout, or hitting into the double play. Taking a look at the standings and how they shake out, this is what I love about hosting. I just went from worst to first in the matter of 24 hours. Team host leading the way with 164 points, followed by Team Booth, Team Analyst, and wow, Craig Minervini, you're really going to have to do a better job down there as Team Reporter in last place. Taking a look at the Marlins lineup for tonight, Joey Wendell in that leadoff spot. We usually see John Birdie, but it's going to be Wendell. A couple of the big bats that provided that pop on the road trip, including Avisail Garcia, Jesus Sanchez. It'll be Jacob Stallings behind the dish tonight, catching Sandy Alcantara. Let's welcome everybody in particular Craig Minervini, who needs to do a much better job for a reporter. And as it turns out, Craig, you have the first overall pick.
Yes, and I'm gonna do my best to give reporters some more points in this game. I'm going with Garrett Cooper with his .315 average, which, by the way, is 6th in the National League.
All right, Booth, you're up next.
I just want to check in with Craig real quick. Do you see what it's like now, Craig?
when they're just firing shots across the bow, and you just wait there, and we got the standings, and we got the lineup, and we got the rules, and then just shot after shot after shot. Not
and
nice.
We've got Craig in last place.
Not nice.
Not sure if anybody caught that.
It
was
is
Craig.
rude. You're right, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've got to say from the booth, Paul, as he always does, was down on the field doing all of his research and homework. And by the time I got up here, it was pick the stick time. So I took it upon myself before I checked with my partner here. I said, let's go with Joey Wendell, top of the order. We're going to go with Wendell.
Fine by me.
Yeah, I think that's a great choice. I am going to go with Brian Anderson. It looked like the swing was maybe coming back a little bit on that road trip. So I got a good feeling tonight about Andy. Gabby, wrap us up.
I'm going with some arepa power, so I'm taking Jesus Aguilar, see if he could hit one out of the ballpark today.
And speaking of power, now a little bit of fun with our home run blast. I love this. It's monkeyknifefight.com. You can also scan that QR code, or you can visit valleysports.com/win. You compete for $20,000 monthly and full season prizes. Your first play is free. That's the best part. And the more points you score, the more cash, the more prizes you're going to win. So we're going to give you a little bit of insight to maybe some of the picks for tonight that you should gravitate towards. Greg, we'll start with you.
All right, three of us are going in Cincinnati. Great home run hitters park. Eduardo Escobar has been very hot for the Mets. 9 homers over there at third. I'm going Escobar at Great American Ballpark.
Yeah, the ball flies there. Paul, how about you?
I like the guy who's leading off for those Metsies, and I'm going to go with Brandon Nimmo. Brandon Nimmo.
Well, I'm going to go to the Astros and pick Yordan Alvarez. Ever since he signed that big contract, 7 home runs in his last 13 games.
Gabby?
I'm going to take it back to Cincy. Pete Alonso, big home run hitter there. That park can't hold him.
I'm going to go with Rafael Devers. Boston, Tampa Bay, always a fun matchup. So I think Devers is going to go deep tonight. All right, good luck, everyone, on your pick the stick, on your home run blast. Hopefully we all get it done tonight. When we return, it is a Twitter Tuesday. We're going to check in with Craig Minervini, who will be running the show tonight. He will fill us in on the hashtag and more.
The Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut is back, loaded with toppings all the way to the edge of a thin and crispy crust. I think I just blacked out and ate like 6 slices. Where am I? Am I in a Pizza Hut commercial? The Edge from Pizza Hut. No one out pizzas the Hut.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
The LG Cord Zero all-in-one tower with auto empty. The first stick vacuum that automatically empties. Zero dust, zero worries.
Be safe. It's time for a Census body check. Millions get skin cancer every year. Visit censushealthcare.com to find a non-surgical treatment with a 98% cure rate that has no scarring, no cutting, no pain. Score at censushealthcare.com today.
We all know that movement is like medicine, but getting the movement you need to feel better can be a challenge. Now you can keep fit while you sit with QB, the world's leading compact seated elliptical. QB gives you active sitting, letting you burn calories and keep moving in an easy and low-impact way, all while you work, read, or watch TV. QB was named a top 10 gift by Time Magazine and has been featured all over the world. It's whisper quiet while it works your abs and core, hip flexors, glutes, quads, hamstrings, and calves.
QB is a lifesaver for me.
Here's your answer to your problem. I feel young again.
Join the hundreds of thousands of people moving more with QB. Call to find out how to get your QB with free shipping and a 30-day completely risk-free trial. You'll also get this QB workout mat free. Now keep fit while you sit with QB.
To order, call 800-913-7351. That's 800-913-7351. Call now.
Marlins fans, 30 minutes before every game, tune in to Marlins Live. It's the show that gets you ready for the action with exclusive interviews and all the information you need before first pitch. It's the Marlins Live pregame show, brought to you by Lexus.
Marlins Live, the pregame show on Valley Sports Florida, is brought to you by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealers today. Toyota, let's go places. And by AutoNation. Go be great with a career at AutoNation. Opportunities available in sales, service, parts, finance, and more. Visit jobs.autonation.com now. It is game one of a two-game series between the Marlins and the Angels. It's Sandy versus Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout in the Angels lineup. And it's a Tuesday. You know what that means. It's time for another edition of a Twitter and email Tuesday. And we are handing this off tonight to Craig Minervini. Craig, we trust you completely.
Scary thought there,
It is
Jessica.
a scary thought. But you've got a pretty cool hashtag tonight.
Yeah, it's the hashtag is International Pastime. You know, starting this year in the major leagues, there were 275 international players from a record-tying 21 countries. It is truly a global sport, and this series will highlight that indeed. So tonight, hashtag International Pastime. You can reach out to us on Twitter, Instagram, or email us at valleysportsmarlins@gmail.com. Tonight's game featuring two of the best of the business from the Dominican Republic. Sandy Alcantara will pitch. And from Japan, the great Shohei Ohtani. And indeed, Ohtani was a big topic with the Marlins before tonight's game.
He's obviously special. He's doing things that we haven't seen, you know, really ever in this game. You know, he's going to be fun to watch. I know a lot of guys are looking forward to facing him and getting the opportunity to play against him.
And not only just do it really well on both sides of that, right? Because you could look at him as a Cy Young type guy, and you could also look at him as an MVP. So it's like, it's kind of both sides of this thing is pretty amazing.
It will be his first game ever here against the Marlins in this ballpark. He did play against them, of course, in California earlier this year. And with a two-game series, as luck would have it, he will pitch tomorrow night. It's going to be a fun series. Hashtag International Pastime. Back to you, Jess.
All right, good stuff, Craig. We look forward to that tonight. And Gabby, the Marlins actually did a pretty good job with Shohei Ohtani earlier in the season. I think he was 2 for 8 with only 1 RBI, 3 strikeouts. So hopefully they can do the same tonight.
Well, I mean, you have Sandy on the mound, so that's going to definitely help that part of it. But he's just a really good hitter, so you don't want to just leave the ball out in the middle of the plate.
Right.
He does struggle off that changeup. Sandy has a really good changeup, so I'm expecting Sandy to throw him a lot of them.
And when we return on our Marlins Live pregame show brought to you by Lexus, we're going to get into our pitching matchup. It is Sandy Alcantara, who has been so fantastic all season long, taking the mound for the Marlins. It's going to be Noah Syndergaard, Thor, on the mound for the Angels.
Don't worry about it. This one's on me. No. I got the next try. Oh, so you rich now? No, he's not rich. He's happy hour rich. Is that 3 to 6 p.m. rich? $36 rich. You guys got jokes. He's 3 to 6 balling. Hey, Mr. 3-6, your driver parked outside? This guy thinks he's funny. We'll split the check, right? No.
I guess that's it then, huh?
Yep. See you around.
I knew that was the last time I'd see Tom. The truth is, I was spending too much online, Jake from State Farm.
Don't give up what you love. State Farm has options like bundling home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Tom, I'm gonna buy my stuff.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
The Rooms to Go July 4th sale and Hot Buys ends Tuesday. Hot Buys on beautiful furniture, plus 60-month interest-free financing. How's that for hot value? Get great-looking living room Hot Buys. Sizzling bedroom Hot Buys. Turn up the heat dining room Hot Buys. And payments starting as low as $15 a month, interest-free. So hurry, save big on July 4th Hot Buys and get 60-month interest-free financing. Sale ends Tuesday only at Rooms to Go.
If you're like me, when you have the flu, you don't want to go anywhere.
And why should you go anywhere when you'll probably feel better just staying in bed anyway?
That's why Baptist Health's Care on Demand is so crucial. Care right from your bed.
How are you feeling today?
And it's care right away. Because when I have the flu, there's only one thing I feel like doing.
With 40 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar, Muscle Milk Pro helps build muscles.
Mom, 21.
But you don't just build muscles, you build strength by inspiring those around you. So go, own your strength.
Marlins fans, 30 minutes before every game, tune into Marlins Live. It's the show that gets you ready for the action with exclusive interviews and all the information you need before first pitch. It's the Marlins Live pregame show, brought to you by Lexus.
Marlins Marlins Live, the pregame show on Bally Sports Florida is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. Back inside loanDepot Park, Just Blaylock along with Gabby Sanchez, ready to watch Sandy Alcantara go to work. And Gabby, what is there left to say that hasn't already been said about Sandy?
Man, just such an impressive pitcher. Not only that, doing it in this kind of era where you don't see that. Usually pitchers are going 6 innings. That's all you want them to do, get into the bullpen. Sandy says, I don't want that. I like the old style. I want to go 9. And that's what he's been doing. 10 straight games going at least 7+ innings. 9 out of the 10 allowing just 2 or fewer runs. How about this? He's only allowed more than 2 runs twice in his 16 starts against Seattle and the Mets. He has just been completely incredible. He's in a class of himself. He should be the starting pitcher in the All-Star game. There's no doubt about it. He's second in ERA, first in innings pitch, and of course he's first in innings pitch. Nobody's even coming close to him in that category.
A 1.95 ERA, an 8-3 record on the season, and really could have had more wins if you think about it due to the lack of run support on occasion. But it really is incredible to see what he's done, and especially that last start against the Cardinals. For him to really dig deep, you know he wanted to get to the bottom of the 9th. Avisail Garcia got him there, and he was able to finish things out. And let's hear from Sandy as he gets ready for tonight's start.
You know, just keep preparing myself, you know, keep doing what I'm doing, you know, just throwing my bullpen, you know, working on my pitches, my breaking ball, you know, my fastball command, you know, then prepare myself for my game.
And that's what you love so much about Sandy Alcantara. Look at the elite level at which he's pitching, and he still knows there are things that he wants to work on and he wants to improve upon, and that's what makes a good pitcher great.
And not only that, is that he's not happy with just going 6 innings. I talked with him. He's like, no, I train every single day to go 9. That's how I prepare myself during my off days when I'm not pitching, my workout routine, when I'm in the workout room. Everything is based on going 9 innings, and that's the mindset that he has. Hey, I don't want to just be a 5 and dive kind of pitcher. I want to go all 9. He has been showing why, and now Don Mattingly is saying, hey, you're the guy, and go out there. I'm going to let you go out there, and it's going to be your game to win or lose. He was able to do it the last game, and he picked up the big double play. So that confidence is just getting more and more for him.
And for the Angels, it's going to be Noah Syndergaard. We used to see him all the time when he was still pitching for the Mets. No, he's dealt with some injuries, had Tommy John surgery back in 2020. Maybe not the same kind of stuff that he had when he was pitching for New York, but you still have to look out for that slider.
Yeah, he's not the Thor of late. He's not that 97 to 99 miles an hour. He will elevate that four-seamer. He's throwing that sinker down. He's not very good on the road. 1-4 with a 6.53 ERA, and hopefully that continues here today.
Let's see if the Marlins hitters can take advantage of that. When we return, it is first pitch from here at loanDepot Park. The Marlins have won 5 in a row. They are looking to make it 6 straight tonight against Noah Syndergaard and the Angels. They got a good shot, too, with that guy on the mound.
This Bacon Brewhouse Mother Cruncher chicken sandwich is for Diego. Dude busted his tail all day. So Checkers busted out our beer cheese flavor sauce loaded with bacon, then drizzled it all over some crispy white meat chicken. Oh yeah, and added onion tanglers, bacon strips, spicy pickles, and ready for this? More bacony sauce. Diego, put that down and pick up a Bacon Brewhouse Mother Cruncher. Cheers, you've earned it. Only at Checkers for a limited time. Get it delivered through our rewards app.
Some afternoons are perfect. They make us forget about the rest of the world so we can relax with those who matter most.
Honey, I need some more.
For generations, we've been bringing the flavor to afternoons just like this. So we can enjoy great food together with family and friends. La Lechonera, the original mojo. Bring a taste of our home to yours.
If what's coming between you and a new grill are the words, some assembly required, come to Ace. Because Ace now offers free assembly and delivery. So get a Traeger wood pellet grill, a Weber gas grill, or a Big Green Egg charcoal grill. You won't find these premium brands in service at a warehouse store, only at your neighborhood Ace. Around the block, what you need in stock with people who know their grills. Right now, get free assembly and delivery on your new grill.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
You ever wonder why people are always on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. Look at this guy. He bought those tickets on his credit card and he's racking up the rewards.
She's using Zelle to pay him back for the hot dogs he's about to buy.
That's going to bring it to a close here after 3. He's not checking the stats. He's finding some investment ideas with Merrill.
And third, as you know, in baseball means 3.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
The heart of your teams. The heart of the Sunshine State. Valley Sports Sun and Valley Sports Florida. The heart of the fan.
It's a short stop back home for the game of the night in baseball. Marlins baseball is brought to you by Leon. When it counts, count on Leon. Leon Medical Center's medical excellence. It's the first of a short 2-game homestand and 2-game series against the Angels. And while the All-Star game's still a couple of weeks away in Hollywood, the Stars are out tonight, led by Sandy Alcantara, who is on the hill against the Halos. With that, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth, Paul Severino and Tommy Hutton. So the Marlins went 5-2 on the road trip, and they come back 2 games under 500.
Let me think, Paul. Fortes, Garcia, Sanchez, De La Cruz. That is not a law firm in Miami. It's 4 guys who've supplied a lot of excitement over the last week and a half.
This game here tonight should have some excitement as well. It's the best of the best of the best. The best pitcher in the National League, the best player of the generation, and the best two-way player that any of us have ever seen. Let's start with Sandy Alcantara. And you know what he did his last time out against the St. Louis Cardinals. It was another gutsy performance for Sandy, where it was his game to win and, frankly, his game to lose.
You know, each night we have Sandy Alcantara. We try to figure out what we're going to tell you, what ways we're going to describe how good he's been this year. How about 10 straight starts of 7 or more innings? The team, by the way, has gone 8-2 in those 10 games. He's been outstanding. 13 times of his 16 starts, he's gone 6 or more innings. His mindset is to take it all the way. Loved it last time out. There you go. I got this. I got this. That's what he was telling his manager, Don Mattingly. He certainly did have it. He went around and got a double play and got out of the game just like that. So the National League Pitcher of the Month of June goes at it here in July against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
And Sandy has been so good at getting double play balls no matter when it is, but he needed it right then. Don Mattingly said, in that moment, I can guarantee you 1 batter. I don't know if I can guarantee you 2, and he only needed 1. He got the 4-6-3 double play. So this season among National League pitchers, he's really been among the best. But if you ask us, and yeah, we got a horse in the race, and our horse is Sandy, he has been the best. All right, another guy that's widely regarded as the best is Mike Trout. He hasn't been here for a few years in this building, but I tell you what, whether he's hot or not at the moment, he's been the best that we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and at the moment, Paul, he's not real hot. 0 for his last 11 with 9 strikeouts, but we saw him during batting practice really work on staying back, driving a lot of balls up the middle. But here's a guy who's won just about every award you could win as a major leaguer. He still is seeking that postseason berth. He's only been to postseason 1 time, 3 games against the Royals in the division series.
And that was a ways back, and they've got another guy who's going to start as a pitcher tomorrow. He's a DH here tonight, Shohei Ohtani, last year's AL MVP.
Well, the scary part, he's gotten on fire both offensively. Last 12 games, he's hit .342, 5 home runs and 14 RBIs. And how about his last 4 starts? He's gone 4-0 with an .034 earned run average.
This is going to be a fun one. It's only 2 series, but man, is it going to be great. We got Sandy Alcantara against Noah Syndergaard tonight. Trout, Ohtani, they're in the building. It's going to be a lot of fun here inside loanDepot Park. Glad you're with us here. When we come back, we didn't even touch on the drama that the Marlins have been going through here this last week. Change. I'll tell you what, Craig Minervini's got us covered. The fighting fish late game drama after the break.
When it comes to the big plays, you can count on the Marlins. And when it comes to providing the highest quality health care, you can count on Leon. Leon Medical Centers. Medical excellence.
Over the last 40 years, we have followed our founder's vision to become a powerful force within our communities, forging long, lasting relationships that redefine what's possible. We've empowered generations with tailored solutions to guide you toward opportunity, toward financial fortitude, toward success. That's the power of Ocean. Ocean Bank. Member FDIC.
I didn't win the lawsuit, but everybody knows I wrote that song.
Flo? Gosh, it's been forever. You look fantastic. It's John. Ham. From the blind date we went on years ago?
Ah, the struggling actor who didn't believe he could save his snapshot based on how and how much he drives.
I'd love to talk about it over dinner sometime.
Well, I usually don't talk on the phone during dinner, but for potential customer Tom Ham, I will make an exception.
Oh, boy.
It takes several sources of energy to bring you energy. There's natural gas, nuclear, solar, and another source that's, well, pretty darn special. Florida Power and Light.
When it comes to swinging for the fences, you can count on the Marlins. And when it comes to state-of-the-art healthcare technology, you can count on Leon. Leon Medical Centers. Medical excellence.
I've watched the Marlins on Bally Sports, and it's a different perspective for sure. You get to see guys' expressions, the looks on their face. And that is one of the things that you notice watching the games on TV. You're watching Bally Sports Florida, home of the Marlins.
Welcome back here to loanDepot Park in Miami. Start of a very quick two-game homestand, and it is an exciting one here against the Los Angeles Angels, but it has been a magical week for Don Mattingly's club. Going back to June 26th, the Sunday here, the Marlins actually have made some Major League history. June 26th, here it is. Nick Fortes, 2-2 game walk-off homer, and a win, their first of that series against the Mets. The road trip went to St. Louis. Avi Garcia Wednesday night. They were trailing 3-2 down to their last out. A two-run homer. Marlins won it 4-3. Sunday, Jesus Sanchez, same scenario. 3-2 count, 3-2 pitch. Marlins would win it in 10-7-4. And then yesterday, Brian De La Cruz, a 1-1 game in the 10th with a two-run homer. Wow, what a week for Miami in some Major League history.
Nick here at the Mets, and then Avi and moved on. So obviously it's been great to be a part of it. Obviously Nick's gets us a win. They've all end up getting us wins, and not necessarily are they, you know, they're not guaranteed. They're not like at home, right? So, but it's been good to be able to put those on the board. Obviously Sanchez the other day I thought was huge. Yesterday De La's big. I mean, they're all pretty amazing.
And in this 5-game winning streak, Sandy Alcantara did not pitch in the last 4 days. So that's good news because he'll be pitching tonight. He started this win streak off in that great win over St. Louis Wednesday night when Garcia hit the homer. So it is a sandstorm in Miami. The Angels are here with Shohei for the first time for Mr. Ohtani. He'll pitch tomorrow, but tonight the focus is on perhaps the best pitcher in Major League Baseball, Sandy Alcantara, trying to lead the Marlins to a 6th straight win next on Bally Sports.
Whoa. What? What Billy's trying to say is moving doesn't have to be stressful. Good Greek is the only company that offers total relocation solutions. Whether you're buying or selling a home, packing up and moving, simply call the Good Greek.
That one's gone!
Good Greek, moving and storage. Your superhero movers.
then patience is a virtue. When you know what you want, waiting isn't an option. New Balance. We got now.
Only at Vanguard, you're more than just an investor. You're an owner. That means that your goals are ours, too. And Vanguard Retirement Tools and Advice can help you get there. That's the value of ownership.
The new Brown Sugar Cream Cold Brew keeps it calm, cool, and cold brewed all summer long. And it's topped with a brown sugar cold foam. Cold foam on a cold brew? That's double cool. Get any medium cold brew now for $3.
Stream every Marlins game live on the Bally Sports app. Game on.
You don't really want to mess with me, nah. You don't really want to flex with me. You can never stand next to me. I'm killing the game. Rest in peace. You don't really want to mess with me, nah. You don't really want to flex with me. You can never stand next to me. I'm killing the game. Rest in peace. They can't stop me. They say I'm too cocky, but I got the eye of the tiger like Rocky. I'm jumping off, taking off, moving mountains. Got it flowing like a fountain. That's why you drowning. Hit him to the left, to the right. He's out of sight. I'm about to take it right down the pipe. Hit it through the gap. Bring it back. I run it back like a running back. Full bag, setting blocks for me. Got me through the track.
Welcome back. It's a Sandy start here at loanDepot Park. Excited for it. Glad you're with us. A short homestand here for the Marlins. Believe it or not, the Angels have actually been in Miami longer than the Marlins because they played Sunday in Houston, came here after the game, while the Marlins were in D.C. yesterday on the 4th of July. We didn't get in until about 7, 8 o'clock last night. So the Angels feel maybe a little bit more at home than the Marlins. Who knew?
Well, I think they were just getting off South Beach by the time you guys got back.
Hopefully. Hopefully. But I'm guessing a lot of guys got a good night's rest knowing that they were up against Sandy Alcantara, who has been phenomenal all season long. He, as we mentioned before, the National League Pitcher of the Month in June, and he toes the slab in the first of this 2-game series against the Angels. 17th start of the season, and he's got the 3rd best ERA in all of baseball. Only Tony Gonsolin and Shane McClanahan of the Tampa Bay Rays have been better, but 195 coming in, a 198 opponent batting average as he faces the Angels here tonight. Their star-studded lineup, especially with Trout and Ohtani.
Yeah, I think the good news, if Sandy Alcantara needs more good news, but the fact that he's never faced the Angels before, so a lot of these guys are seeing him for the very first time, and I think that bodes well for Sandy.
Let's take a look at the lineup that he is going to face here tonight. You see Mike Trout right there. He'll hit second in the Angels batting order presented by Ocean Bank. You saw Jonathan Villar pop out of the dugout. He'll lead things off as the 3rd baseman, then Trout, and then that man right there, the DH and the starting pitcher tomorrow, Shohei Ohtani. That's right. Taylor Ward is in right field. Jared Walsh at first. Luis Rengifo is at second base. Max Stassi behind the plate. Brandon Marsh is in left, and Andrew Velasquez rounds out the order as the shortstop. Sandy Alcantara, a guy who certainly can rack up the strikeouts, is all about letting his defense work.
Well, the defense certainly did a terrific job on the most recent road trip. De La Cruz, Sanchez, and Garcia in the outfield. All the double plays that were turned in Washington, D.C. certainly helped out in a lot of those games and all those wins. Brian Anderson and Miggy on the left side. Joey Wendell in there at second base. Jesus Aguilar at first. And Jacob Stallings will handle Sandy Alcantara.
And Don Mattingly and his bunch come in having won 5 in a row. A +10 run differential in that stretch. And they look to make it 6 straight. They had a season-long 7-game win streak earlier this season, but the 3rd time that they have won at least 5 in a row. And look at this. That 3rd wild card spot is now within reach at 4 back. Ready to go. Sandy Alcantara's first pitch to former teammate Jonathan Villar. Misses upstairs for ball 1. Villar started this year with the Chicago Cubs, but he was released, then signed with the Angels, and he was 0 for 3 in his debut on Sunday. Takes that pitch inside.
And having been a Marlin, Sandy Alcantara knows that Villar is a very aggressive hitter. So fastballs close to the plate, he's going to swing.
2 balls and no strikes to the switch hitting VR. Grounds one toward first, but foul. 2-1.
That was one of the things that Jacob Stallings told me today, that in the first inning he really wants to focus in on Sandy, make sure he gets into his game and his pitches, because if he gets hurt, it's going to be in the first inning.
98 comes at him with that good strong sinker. You'll notice both these teams, of course, wearing their 4th of July hats, as the Angels were off yesterday, so they get to wear them today. And then because of the uniform policy, both teams have to wear them. But looking sharp as Sandy has his first strikeout. That one at 100 miles an hour. Let's take a look at Sandy's pitch arsenal. StatCast 3D is powered by Google Cloud.
Well, part of that arsenal is that pitch you saw at a strikeout VR. He'll go with that 4-seamer 98 to 100 up in the zone, and he's been doing that really over the last month or so. We see the number of changeups, batting average 148 against the changeup. He has just been phenomenal.
And you wonder what kind of notes Mike Trout might be taking in this at-bat, right? Knowing that in a few weeks on a Tuesday night in L.A., these two guys could be facing off in the All-Star game. Grounds and foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Trout's been to a few of those, 9 All-Star games, twice an All-Star game MVP. 23 homers, 47 RBIs, but coming off a rough series in Houston, he was 0 for 11. 9 strikeouts against Astros pitching. Sandy's got him set up here 1-2.
One of the areas where Trout has been susceptible during this bad streak, 0 for 11 with 9 strikeouts, has been up in the strike zone.
Sandy's got a little extra tonight. Usually we don't see him get to 100 until
the 8th or 9th inning.
Yeah. Man, he is raring to go tonight. Fresh off a career high 117 pitches his last time out. Called strike 3. Little rule on that outside corner against Trout, but Sandy's got 2 Ks.
Well, we saw 98 with the strikeout on VR. This ball had some movement. Even though Stallings wanted it up, you saw the target. That ball had some terrific movement, and he got the call.
What did I just say about Trout? That he might be taking some notes, knowing that he could face Sandy? Well, you know what? Same deal. Here's Shohei Ohtani. 344 on base percentage coming in. Takes a first pitch changeup at 94.
Yeah, and the way Ohtani approached that, he was expecting fastball.
Those are the numbers as a hitter. He's been excellent as a pitcher lately, and we'll see him tomorrow. That one just misses outside. I mean, is it fair to say he's out Babe Ruthing Babe Ruth? I know Ruth 714 home runs and everything else, but this generation, he's it, if nothing else, this generation's Babe Ruth.
Whole different story back in Babe's era.
Yes. Another one.
Babe didn't have to deal with all the travel. He didn't have to deal with all the media, the social media.
And to think that he's doing it and thriving with all of that stuff is really incredible. 2-2 pitch. Fouled straight back. That's already 5 pitches for Sandy at 100 miles an hour. And we talked about it a lot, right? He can get the strikeouts if he wants it, but he's not necessarily relying on the strikeout. But he might rack up a few here. Last 27 innings coming in, the Angels have struck out 48 times in just 8 hits. They already struck out twice here. It's a 2-2 pitch to Ohtani. Taking upstairs another one in triple digits.
Yeah, I think the other night against Houston, they struck out 20 times.
20.
In one game.
27 outs.
Yeah.
Franchise record, 9-inning game. 3-2 coming from Alcantara. Bat on the ball and a bouncer toward Anderson, who was there on the shift. A 1-2-3 inning for Sandy with a couple of Ks. Thor is back in South Florida next.
So, what do you think?
This is fine.
This is fine.
This is fine. Now this is fine. Get fine deals at the Toyota Big One Sales Event. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
Looking for that perfect Toyota? Scan that code. We want you to drive the perfect Toyota for you. At Mike Erdman Toyota, we have our best inventory selection available. But if you want the perfect match, you got to scan that code and pre-order your dream car. Mike Erdman also has free gym membership and car washes for life with the purchase of a vehicle. Hey, you can't beat that. Scan the code. See, that's because Mike Erdman is Toyota. Every day.
At Shells of Melbourne, we love our seafood. Everything at Shells is prepared to order, even our specialty toppings. Enjoy the best selection of fresh fish, our seasonal and daily specials, and always available pasta, mussels, shrimp, and much more.
We love the family atmosphere. We love the price. The food is always excellent, always.
For freshness and variety, you'll love Shells Seafood on 192 next to the Melbourne Square Mall.
And you're watching Valley Sport Florida, the heart of the Marlins.
Marlins baseball on Valley Sports is brought to you by Leon. When it counts, count on Leon. Leon Medical Centers, medical excellence. By the Florida Lottery, who reminds you to always play responsibly. By Baptist Health, live healthy. And by Lexus, experience amazing. Tell you what, Sandy cruising along in that first inning. 6 pitches over 100 miles an hour. All sorts of jazzed up for this one here tonight. We take a look at the Marlins batting order for the first time tonight. Joey Wendell leads things off. The rest of it presented by Ocean Bank. Cooper and Aguilar after him. Garcia, Sanchez, and Anderson. Rojas, De La Cruz, and Stallings. And Noah Syndergaard, a first pitch strike. Noah Syndergaard, of course, a former New York Met. Signed a 1-year, $21 million deal with the Angels in the offseason after 6 years with New York. 13th start of the season and a 3.86 ERA. 0-1 to Wendell. That time at curveball for a strike. 0-2.
Certainly a guy few of the Marlins have seen in Syndergaard's time with the Mets. 7-1 with a 2.16 ERA in his 12 career starts against Miami. A little different pitcher now, though.
Little rock, and then here he comes on 0-2. And Wendell out toward left center field. Trout goes after it. Not going to get there. It's going to roll to the wall. Joey Wendell on his way to second base with a leadoff double. Wendell so good with 2 strikes. Comes up with another hit.
Well, he has such a solid approach at the plate. There's a 2-seamer, kind of moves away, and with 2 strikes, Joey Wendell just stand back, trying to make sure he makes contact, and drove that ball into left center beautifully. I don't know, can you take a divot out of artificial turf?
Replace those divots. 7th double of the season for Wendell, who's a .240 hitter with 2 strikes, which is just really kind of an astronomical number. I'd say it's about 60 or so points higher than league average.
Yeah, most guys are under 200.
Yeah. All right, so we've got our social media handles for the guys on a Twitter and email Tuesday. Hashtag tonight is International Pastime. We'll check in with Craig Minervini as the night goes on. A little bit more on that. Get involved in the conversation. Tonight, of course, Japanese Heritage Night here at loanDepot Park.
Planned perfectly on Shohei Ohtani's 28th birthday.
That's right. .2 coming here to Garrett Cooper. Takes one in the dirt.
How about the scouting report on Noah Syndergaard? Brought to you by Auto Nation. Is he still Thor? A little bit. roll of the dice. Paul mentioned the $21 million for 1 year on a contract after really not pitching much over the last 2 years. Probably see more curveballs and changeups than the Marlins saw when he was a Met.
Ball and 2 strikes here to Cooper. Well, we've seen room on both sides. Sandy got a call on Trout, and now Cooper is rung up looking on a pitch that looked to be outside the zone as well.
He went with that curveball, dropped it off the plate, but yeah, he got the call, and so it looks like home plate umpire Lance Barrett has the outer part of the plate.
And now as good a time as any to tell you that Ramon De Jesus is over at first, and Edwin Moscoso at second. Alfonso Marquez, the crew chief, at third. And as T. Hut mentioned, Lance Barrett has the plate tonight. Check on Wendell over at second, but he's back. Bring up Jesus Aguilar. Averaged a little over 250 on the season, 10 homers, 35 RBIs. Had one of those home runs in D.C. was 5 for 20 against the Nats. Takes a pitch down low. Had another multi-hit game yesterday against the Nationals, so that's 20 for him on the season, second most on the club.
I was looking with Aguilar, and this might change as years go by, but as a hitter, he's a little bit better, about 30-40 points better when he plays first base than when he DHs.
And I would imagine that that's, part of a routine process or something to get used to, right? What do you do with that extra time? Ground ball left side, backhanded. Rengifo makes the play. And it actually pulled Jared Walsh off the first base bag.
Yeah, Jared Walsh is a pretty good first baseman, but once he saw that throw come wide, he had to go off the bag to get the throw. A good pick. Didn't get the arm angle up, dropped down, and the ball sailed away. So the Marlins did a little bit of a break, and because on that play, Wendell moves over to third base, so he's there with less than 2 out.
The error number 6 for Rengifo. And now it's first and third for Avi Garcia. There's a strike. Didn't love it, but probably a little bit closer than the one to Coop or Trout for that matter.
But it shows if you're an umpire, if you're getting both sides upset, then you're consistent.
Right. Right. Oh, 1 pitch is grounded foul.
Let's check on the defense of the Angels in this one. The outfield with the Marsh, Trout, and Ward. VR, Velasquez, Rengifo, and Jared Walsh over at first. Behind the plate is Max Stassi.
I'd like to see the Marlins break through here. First and third and 1 out. There goes Aguilar. And the throw goes down to second, and he's got himself a stolen base. He's going to have a smile about that one.
He'll talk to everybody in the infield after that one. He's probably saying, you know what? If you're going to give it to me, I'll go ahead and take it. Not paying much attention, no hold at all, and slow to the plate was Syndergaard. And you put all those things together, and Aggie with a stolen base.
First of this season.
Get the ball. Get the bag.
It's first of his career. First career stolen base. Now a 50% base stealer, by the way, so watch out. He's been watching Birdie steal all those bases since June 1st. Maybe that's what it is. This is a fly ball out to left field. Garcia struck out on the stolen base attempt, however, so 2 outs as Sanchez flies out and the inning is over. Marlins lead 2.
Wednesday like to get the lowest price on car insurance.
Of course. Who wouldn't? But how can I?
With Estrella. All you have to do is call 1-800-CAR-INSURANCE, your new solution for getting quality coverage with savings of up to 30% less than what you're paying now in just minutes.
So I'll get the best deal in my area?
Lowest price guaranteed. Call 1-800-CAR-INSURANCE or just do it yourself online. Visit estrellainsurance.com today. It's easy.
Home is where the heart is. I know it's corny.
Yeah, that is corny. Keep going.
It's just that feeling of coming in and you're like, I'm home.
To me, home means being able to be yourself.
You can walk around in your underwear and no one will see you, except for the rest of your family.
I'd rather be home than anywhere else. So, to me, home is everything.
I would have to agree with you.
Esta transmisión de los Marlins está disponible en español por León Medical Centers. Excelencia médica.
Welcome back. Scoreless as we head to the top of the second inning. Sandy Alcantara had 6 pitches at 100 miles an hour or more in that first inning. That's the third time that he's had 6 in 1 inning. So he is certainly revved up for the Angels here tonight. He faces Ward, Walsh, and Rengifo here in inning number 2. Zone certainly to the pitcher's liking so far for both teams.
Well, if Lance Barrett stays consistent off the plate outside, both pitchers will try to peck away there.
Taking upstairs at 99 miles an hour. Sandy with a 1-2 pitch. Foul back.
You know, it's interesting, Paul. We've talked about the 6 pitches of 100 miles an hour here in the first inning. It does kind of go against the way Sandy usually opens up a game.
Ground ball. Anderson gets a good hop. Throws a strike, 1 away.
And we love it when we get something built for you to show what we're talking about. Shows that we're really not that dumb, Paul. But
speak for yourself.
First 25 pitches, hitters usually hitting about 230. So he's usually not over that 100 mile an hour. Then you see 28 to 50, 163. How about pitches 76 to 100? Batters hitting 172 against Sandy Alcantara.
He is a throwback. And where he gets better as the day goes on. This one fouled away off the bat of Jared Walsh. He gets better as he goes, and his 100+ pitches are in the 8th and 9th, whereas a lot of pitchers nowadays, their 100th pitches are sometimes in the 5th and 6th. So he is working deep into ball games. Far and away the leader when it comes to innings pitched in baseball.
I know there will be some Dodger fans because coming into tonight, Tony Gonsolin is 10-0 with a 154 earned run average in his 15 starts. However, he's gone 7 or more innings just once this year.
So you're saying he's done it 1 time, Sandy's done it 10 in a row.
Yeah, 81 1/3 innings for Gonsolin. He's gone 6 or more innings, only 8 of his 15 starts. So the big difference is the durability in those 2.
This one's out toward right center field, hit pretty well, but Sanchez gets there. 2 away here in the second on the fly out to right center field. The Miami Marlins Foundation 50-50 raffle presented by Mikosuki is now online and in the ballpark. A portion of the proceeds will benefit Miami Marlins Foundation programs, and the other half of the proceeds have gone to lucky participants, and you could be next. Open to Florida residents over 18. Raffle ends at the end of the 7th inning. To purchase and for official rules, log on to marlins.com/raffle. A bunch of kids in the ballpark tonight. First pitch swinging, Rengifo out toward shallow right field. Wendell calls everybody off, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Sandy Alcantara.
It's the Rooms to Go July 4th coupon sale. So find your valuable bonus coupons in your newspaper, online, or on the Rooms to Go app. Coupons good through Tuesday. Coupons that save you big money on great-looking furniture. Now is the perfect time to shop and get extra savings with your bonus coupons. Plus, to make buying easier, finance interest-free for 60 months. So hurry. The Rooms to Go July 4th coupon sale is now through Tuesday.
You ever wonder why people are always on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. Look at this guy. He bought those tickets on his credit card, and he's racking up the rewards.
She's using Zelle to pay him back for the hot dogs he's about to buy.
That's going to bring it to a close here after 3.
He's not checking the stats. He's finding some investment ideas with Merrill.
And third, as you know, in baseball means 3.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
You better move if you want to go. Go ahead, yeah, on a roll. Turn up, yeah, listen to it. You better do it if you're going to do it. Yeah, I never seen something like this, no. Never seen nothing.
It's your journey. Own it in the Hyundai Tucson. Lease a Tucson starting at $239 a month, or get 2.79% APR for 60 months or $500 bonus cash. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Millions of kids count on schools for meals, but those meals can stop during the summer. Valley Sports Florida is partnering with Feeding America for Sinclair Care's Summer Hunger Relief. Help provide meals for children in your local community. Scan this QR code to donate or volunteer.
It's an email, Twitter Tuesday, our hashtag tonight, International Pastime. This is a tough question. Who's the greatest player ever born outside the U.S.? Maybe one day the answer will be Shohei Ohtani. A little early to say that now. A lot of people think it is the guy that Tommy Hutton played against, Roberto Clemente, the great right fielder for the Pirates, a .317 lifetime hitter, great defensive player, 240 home runs, Gold Glove after Gold Glove, not to mention the humanitarian award named after him. But there's a lot of names. Rod Carew, lifetime .328 hitter from Panama. In one 5-year span, he had .350, .364, .359, and throw a .388 in there, too. 7 batting titles. What about today? You got Pujols and Cabrera in the conversation. Juan Marichal, great pitcher, the first Latino pitcher to throw a no-hitter with the San Francisco Giants, 9-time All-Star. Sadaharu O, if you want to go to a guy who didn't play in the major leagues, with the career record of home runs with over 860, 868. And there's probably guys, 30, 40, 50 more you could throw on the list. Fun conversation, but who knows if Shohei Ohtani continues at this pace. He'll certainly be in the conversation.
He's at a great pace right now, Greg. There's no question about it. It's a great question. It really is.
Yeah, when you start thinking about it, I like the, Greg, I like the Sadaharu O reference.
You know, he just turned 82 on May 20th. And was a great hitter, too. He had an OPS of 1,080, which they weren't talking about in his day.
No, I do not believe they were.
And you realize they don't play 162 games in a season in Japan. So he amassed all those home runs. I got to see him up close and personal in 1966 as a member of the Dodgers in Japan. In a tour, we went over there and played 17 games, and Sadaharu O hit 7 home runs in the 11 games he played.
Wow.
Well, he also wore the numeral that we're talking about here, number 1.
You know, it's also good. You brought up Roberto Clemente, right? You think about guys that broke barriers, right? You think of Jackie Robinson. 81 days later, it was Larry Doby. It was actually 75 years ago today for Larry Doby. Breaking the color barrier in the American League. But Roberto Clemente was the one that, for a lot of Latin players, really opened the door for them. So if you're building one of those Mount Rushmores, right, you'd probably have to put Clemente on there just for, of course, a great player, finished with 3,000 hits, but what he meant to other players of that time, and now a whole generation of a bunch of guys, Craig, that you just mentioned.
Yeah, it's hard to pick. Even we were thinking about doing a poll, and maybe we'll do it even down the line, but to throw out even the top 4. I mentioned 6 or 7. It's not easy to cut this list down to 4.
That's right.
When you're talking about, and I mentioned in the pregame that 275 international players were on Major League rosters this year, starting the year, with a record-tying 21 countries represented in the major leagues. Don Mattingly was saying, you want in Major League Baseball the best players, bar none, and you're getting that now more than ever.
That's a good point, Craig. We appreciate that. Much more from Craig throughout the night and this series here.
And that's exactly why you cannot compare players of the 20s and 30s with players of today.
Right.
Because they're playing against much greater competition from many countries, many different races.
You can watch Ohtani pitch either here at loanDepot Park tomorrow or on Valley Sports Florida. Our coverage starts at 6. He's up against Trevor Rogers tomorrow. As Miguel Rojas fouls that one away. A ball and 2 strikes on Miggy after the strikeout of Anderson. So that's now 3 Ks for Syndergaard.
5 for his last 11 for Miggy. Had a great talk with him today about his struggles in April. He hit 175.
A lot more of that, though. Solid contact, although it's going to find the glove of Trout out in center field.
And that's what he said in that month, and what he feels has gotten him to this point now where he's getting his base hits. He stayed with the process. He didn't change. And he felt he was hitting some balls well in April. Hey, they weren't falling. He didn't panic. And we went on to talk about how younger hitters, that might affect a lot more. You start changing things. It gets in your head a lot more. But as a veteran, he handled it, and here he is swinging the bat well now.
This guy had a big swing yesterday. Brian De La Cruz, his 5th home run. Takes one low. Valley Sports Florida is your home for the Miami Marlins. Stream Miami Marlins baseball live on the Valley Sports app, presented by Miller Lite. A home run high off the foul pole. Yesterday, I guess it was the fair pole in D.C. Gave the Marlins a 10th inning lead and ultimately a win as they swept the Washington Nationals. Wow, that is extremely low. This was extremely high off the foul pole off of Tanner Rainey.
Yeah, and an extremely high fastball, too. De La Cruz hit the high fastball off Rainey. Jesus Sanchez hit the low fastball off Rainey.
Another go-ahead home run in the 9th inning or later. Marlins have been full of those in the last week plus. And a ball and 2 strikes. A little increase in playing time last week or so with Jorge Soler on the injured list. Second meeting of the year between these two teams. The Angels won both. That was on that first road trip of the year for the Marlins. Angels 2-0 at home. Marlins try to defend their home turf here for a couple of days. Syndergaard gets the strikeout. That one at 95 miles an hour. He's got 4 through 2, and we've got a little pitcher's duel brewing.
Whoa. What? What Billy's trying to say is moving doesn't have to be stressful. Good Greek is the only company that offers total relocation solutions. Whether you're buying or selling a home, packing up and moving, simply call the Good Greek.
That one's gone!
Good Greek Moving and Storage. Your superhero movers.
Has your property insurance claim been underpaid or denied? Call the experienced attorneys at the Morgan Law Group. Our strong focus on representing policyholders means we know insurance companies. We'll pursue them so that you get the financial recovery you deserve for your damages. And we'll give you hands-on guidance and accessible service throughout your case. For the personal treatment you deserve, call the Morgan Law Group today or go to policyadvocate.com.
Hi, it's Freddie. What makes a Nissan a Mike Erdman Nissan? The Mike Erdman Nissan Family Plan.
At Mike Erdman Nissan, we offer complimentary oil changes for 2 years under 25,000 miles, complimentary tire rotations for 2 years, complimentary loaner cars, a 9-day, 500-mile buyback guarantee, and free car washes for life. That includes our state-of-the-art facility and full-service gym for our customers.
Because when it comes to Nissan, Mike Erdman is the bottom line.
Love them enough to crawl into a play place to get them to come down, that surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
Shohei Ohtani takes the hill against the Marlins tomorrow at 6 on Bally Sports Florida.
Welcome back. Scoreless ball game, top of the third. Time for the Florida Lottery in-game jackpot. We talk about it every once in a while. The statistic war, wins above replacement. A couple of different websites will come up with it, Fangraphs, but this is Baseball Reference's formula of wins above replacement. And 3 of the top 6 are in this building, and nobody has been more irreplaceable in the sense than Sandy Alcantara, worth 4.5 wins to the Marlins. I don't know what the average is, but I'd say for the Marlins, it breaks down about once a week.
Yeah, I'm going to try to give you the easiest explanation of WAR that I can find or I can come up with, because people like me need an easy explanation. It's a statistic showing how many more wins a baseball team has from a player. It's in a comparison with the team gaining with a replacement level player in that same position.
It just kind of it again takes all of the different numbers and factors and all that and boils it down into one number. So he's worth about 4.5 wins, which is so judging by that math, the Marlins would be about 33.5 wins or something like that.
Well, we talked about it too over his last 10 starts where he's had such a tremendous run. He's gone 6-1 with a 1.47 ERA, but the team's gone 8-2 during that time.
2 balls, 2 strikes here to Max Stassi, and that's a called strike 3. So his 3rd strikeout, and there's 1 away.
All right, just worked that 2-seamer. Been getting that outside call. That one probably was a strike. There have been a couple that have not been, but found that outside corner and painted it perfectly. Kind of the way Max Meyer did the other night against Memphis.
How good was he? Good to see him back and healthy, continuing to get back toward 100%. 1-0 pitch to Brandon Marsh is a strike. That time the changeup. Marsh, like a lot of the Angels, has been struggling lately. Last 19 games hitting just a .132. Foul ball, and it's ball and 2 strikes now. It's an Angels team that was swept by the Astros over the weekend. You go back to the start of their 14-game losing streak, which ultimately cost Joe Madden his job. And the Angels are 10-27, and they've been outscored by 66 runs. A little over a month.
And you have to go through quite a list to figure out who's the manager tonight.
Yes,
for the Angels. That's John Maley. I don't think Males is managing tonight.
Not today.
Thought it was Bill Hasselman.
It is Bill Hasselman today.
Yeah.
Ray Montgomery tomorrow, and their actual interim manager Phil Nevin will be back on Saturday.
They're kind of going like the I think it was back in the 60s when the Cubs used a different coach to manage the game each night.
This has a little bit more to do with the brawl that they had with the Mariners a week or so ago. So they're all serving suspensions at different times. So today it's Bill Hasselman who gets a chance to manage. But it was, all things being equal, Phil Nevin that was elevated to interim manager when Joe Madden and the Angels parted ways a few weeks back. 3-2 to Marsh. And another strikeout for Alcantara. Back-to-back Ks and 4 total. Now a word from FPL.
Every storm is different. Every story unique. But our commitment to you never changes. If it's your storm, it's our storm. And we'll face it together.
First inning, we saw the heaters, a few of them 100 miles an hour, 6 to be exact. Now we're seeing some good changeups. This changeup gets the strikeout of Brandon Marsh.
Now Andrew Velasquez takes a strike. And it's one thing for Sandy to be revved up, would make all the sense in the world. Trout, Ohtani, star-studded, the whole thing. But he had to figure he wasn't going to be able to operate at that level for his usual 7, 8, 9 innings.
No, he had to bring it back a little bit. And who knows? Donnie, maybe Mel Stottlemyre Jr., maybe they said something to him after that first inning.
Ground ball toward first, but it sneaks foul.
Because if you think about it, he came back out in the second and had a really low pitch inning. Ground ball out, a fly ball out, and a pop fly. 10 pitches in the second inning.
Ball and 2 strikes. Called strike 3. Strikes out the side. He's got
Nasty.
5 Ks the first time through the order. Sandy's at it again.
When it comes to the big plays, you can count on the Marlins. And when it comes to providing the highest quality health care, you can count on Leon. Leon Medical Centers. Medical excellence.
With 40 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar, Muscle Milk Pro helps build muscles. But it takes heart to build strength. So when there's a new challenge to conquer, take a deep breath and own your strength.
Barbara, it's happening again.
Experience the doubler effect with Doubler Scratch-Off games featuring a chance to double your winnings or win with bonus play. The Florida Lottery.
Try Taco Bell's new $2 cheesy double beef burritos.
When it comes to swinging for the fences, you can count on the Marlins. And when it comes to state-of-the-art healthcare technology, you can count on Leon. Leon Medical Centers. Medical excellence.
Make today a new you had it in you day. Make today a we need a bigger trophy case day. Make today a learning the basics day. Make today a finally going in on season tickets day. No matter the day, PNC has the financial tools and technology to help. PNC Bank. Make today the day.
Welcome back. Scoreless last of the 3rd inning. Time for stats with Lowe's. And today we focus on the lowest ERA against the Marlins all time. Noah Syndergaard with all of those outings as a member of the New York Mets at .216. Only Randy Johnson, and he was good against a lot of clubs. And Dustin Hermanson, 196, have been better.
Yeah, it was an interesting. I look back at Syndergaard in his early years. When he was a rookie, his fastball, he threw it about 60% of the time, and it averaged about 98 miles an hour. His slider, he threw about 20% of the time, and it was in the 90s. So much more velocity back then. Now his fastball, he'll throw about 50% of the time, averages about 94. So he's a different pitcher, but he's learning how to pitch a little bit, using that curveball and the changeup a little bit more.
Well, that's interesting, because I talked to couple of the Marlins and that had faced him, and they said the exact same thing. He's more of a pitcher now than he was. He was just kind of heaving it at 98, 99 back in the day when he was Thor. Now he's with Syndergaard. But this is a look at his pitch arsenal. StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud.
Yeah, as an all-star in 16, he was Thor, heaving it. And now he uses his pitches a little better and doesn't throw as hard. But you can see the sinker. Batter's hitting just 160 off that. The slider he's used effectively.
Ball and 2 strikes here on Jacob Stallings. We've seen that be called a strike. Jacob glad that it wasn't. And we also learned on this Twitter and email Tuesday that Jacob Stallings has actually never even seen The Social Network, which is a Hollywood adaptation of how Facebook came to be.
Jacob, you're better off. You're better for it.
Fly ball out to center. And Trout makes the catch on the edge of the track. That's the first out.
Mike Trout, by the way, plays a very deep center field.
Well, new this season, join the Marlins every Friday home game for burgers and beer at loanDepot Park. Ticket package includes a game ticket, smash burger, and 1 craft beer. Grab your ticket at marlins.com/offers. Marlins will be in New York this Friday, unfortunately, so you won't be able to cash in on that deal. Marlins only home for 2 days.
Did you even unpack the suitcase?
Had to.
Or just rearrange it?
No, it had to. That's 7-8 day road trip. Had to do a little laundry, but got in at a reasonable hour last night. Made sure to get that done. But it just went right back in. So that's good. Joey Wendell out towards center field. And Trout makes the play. Spins around and somehow tracks it down.
Helped by the fact that he plays a very deep center field.
Well, figured we'd see the best player in the game do something special. Didn't know it'd be with his glove first. For the best coverage in the game, we check out the T-Mobile coverage cam. Twisting and turning out there in center, and Trout makes the play.
Over the shoulder with ease. Concentration. Made it look easy. He made it look like he's the best player in the game.
Kind of, sort of. Starting to think that might be the case. Garrett Cooper rung up on strikes his first time up. Didn't like the call. But 1 of 4 so far for Syndergaard. Brings home a 1-0 pitch. That's chopped foul outside third.
Syndergaard's moving the ball around very well. In and out. A few curveballs, a few change up once in a while, some 2-seamers. Good numbers for Garrett Cooper.
Was 0 for yesterday. Hasn't had back-to-back hitless games since mid-May. Takes one low, 2-1.
He's hit in 22 of his last 26. Near 370 during that time.
Inside the top 10 when it comes to batting average. Waits on a 1-2 here from Syndergaard. That time it's the slider. Think about Syndergaard too. The last time he saw the Marlins was for a short period of time. It was a 1-inning outing in his return from Tommy John surgery last September 28th at Citi Field. His last appearance as a Met at Citi Field.
That 1 inning was worth $21 million.
Yeah. Yep.
No, the one thing that he has done, I'm telling you, the last 2 starts, he's gone 7 or more innings. So the Angels would say, you know what, that's been worth it so far.
Garrett Cooper out toward left center field. Going back is Trout. And it's off the top of the wall and gone. A home run for Garrett Cooper. Just enough to get over there toward AutoNation Alley. And it's 1-0.
Mike Trout's been a busy guy out there in center field this inning. He's realizing how much ground and how much territory there is at loanDepot. A great job by Coop, and that's one of the things some have talked about over the last month or so. The average has been there. They'd like to see maybe a little more power. But I tell you what, he crushed this ball, and the power is certainly there. Okay, down and in. That's where Max Stassi wants it. He pretty much got it there. So he made his pitch. Good action on the hands by Coop. Brought his hands in. They're thinking if they can tie him up with that pitch, they'll get an out. He brought his hands in and found Auto Nation alley.
Now Jesus Aguilar takes one inside. 405 off the top of that wall in left center field. It's home run number 6 for Garrett Cooper at a 1-0 Marlins lead.
Guys don't like to talk to Sandy during starts. There's the adjustment that Coop made. That's just tremendous hitting. Guys don't like to talk to Sandy when he's pitching, but maybe he went down toward the end of the dugout and just said, "There's your run."
Well, there's times over the last 2 months here for Sandy where, yeah, it doesn't seem like he needs much more than that. Aguilar reached on an E4 back in the first inning. Marlins stranded 2, but they break through on the Cooper home run here in the third. Tipped and hung on to by Stassi. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, the Marlins trying to answer back from the 2 losses they had in Anaheim early in the season.
Scored only 5 runs in those 2 days. Angels back here in Miami for the first time since 2017. And now with the way the schedule is now, the Marlins will always play the Rays in the American League. But this year, of course, they're working their way through the American League West. We'll see the Rangers for 1 game right after the All-Star break, and then a doubleheader coming up in September. Still go out to Oakland. Played the Astros already, played the Mariners already, and then this 2-game series here, wrapping things up with the Angels. Aguilar down on strikes, so that's 5 Ks. Garrett Cooper hammering Thor out toward left center field. 1-0 Marlins on top.
What's it like having Xfinity Internet?
It's beyond gig speed fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
We're talking supersonic Wi-Fi, 3 times the bandwidth, and the power to connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's powerful.
Couldn't have said it better myself. You just did. Unbeatable internet from Xfinity.
Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Whoa.
If what's coming between you and a new grill are the words, "some assembly required," come to Ace. Because Ace now offers free assembly and delivery. So get a Traeger wood pellet grill, a Weber gas grill, or a Big Green Egg charcoal grill. You won't find these premium brands in service at a warehouse store, only at your neighborhood Ace. Around the block, what you need in stock, with people who know their grills. Right now, get free assembly and delivery on your new grill.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
The best celebrations are all about family and creating memories that will last a lifetime. Bringing joy and excitement to each other. For 3 generations, we've been the flavor of celebrations. Here's to many more. La Lechonera, the original mojo. Bring a taste of our home to yours.
With technology that can scale across all your clouds, it's easier to do more innovative things.
A 1-0 Marlins lead as we enter the top of the 4th inning. Garrett Cooper with his 6th home run gives Sandy a run to work with. Let's take a look at how he's gotten his 5 strikeouts through 3.
Well, we talked about how he's loved to go to that 4-seamer with 98 to 100. He's got 2 strikeouts with that, 2 with the sinker, and 1 with the changeup. So he's using everything tonight, and everything very well.
Facing Jonathan Villar, who swings and misses there at a changeup.
And I think maybe second time around now, he might not go with so many fastballs as he did to these first 3 hitters in the first inning.
He did strike out Villar in the first.
Except that's where pitchers have been getting Trout out on. Fastballs up.
Yeah. Yep. And just kind of high velocity anyway for Trout right now. And this is probably about the longest Trout has looked like a human in a long time. He's been superhuman for so many years. Villar, fly ball out toward left. De La Cruz creeping onto the track makes the catch, and there's 1 away. With 1 away, it's time for our youth player of the game. Giorgio is 8 years old, playing first base for the Miramar Canes in the South Florida Premier League. Favorite thing about baseball is how much fun he has when he's playing it. And when he's not playing baseball, likes to collect baseball cards, go to Marlins games. And his favorite Marlin is Miguel Rojas. Thumbs up for me on all of that stuff.
Yeah, you got the UM hat.
So mention the struggles for Trout in Houston. 9 strikeouts in 11 at bats. Now 0-2 here. Didn't reach safely in any of his 11 plate appearances. Hitless in his last, now 15 overall. First time he struck out 9 times in a 3-game stretch in his career.
And remember, it wasn't too long ago, end of May, early June, he had an 0 for 26 stretch. So it's been a really up and down season for Mike Trout.
Wow. Looked like it had the top of the zone. And again, that's where you've got to get him. Even the greats have a hole in their swing, and for Trout, it's at the top of the zone. It looked like it had some of it.
And part of the up season for Mike Trout was that series he had in Seattle. I think he hit 4 game-winning home runs in that series.
Yeah, you can make a case that's where the whole brawl thing may have started, just because then later on when they were back in Anaheim, you know, he got thrown at or thrown near. The Angels didn't take too kindly to it, so beanball going the other way, and bench is cleared for what, a good 8-10 minutes or so.
Well, he missed all that time last year, played just 36 games last year with a calf injury.
Bounces and foul.
He's one of those guys, though, you hate when he's really cold coming into a series. You want to keep him that way for a couple of games, then let him break out.
Yeah, they're done with the Angels after this. Do whatever you want. A couple days. Seeing Sandy for the first time. Sandy struck him out looking on a pitch that, if we're being honest, may have been outside the strike zone. But battling here, 2-2. This is the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Sandy brings it home. And at 99 on the fastball. 6 Ks for Alcantara. He's gotten Trout twice.
So 0 for his last 13 with 11 strikeouts, and Sandy putting it right where Jacob Stallings wanted. Came out of the crouch a little bit, put the target up high. So that's where I want you to give me that 4-seamer. And he blew it by Mike Trout.
Trout is swinging and missing at about 38% of pitches that are 95 and above. That's up the middle, and that's Anderson. And it takes one pitch to get Ohtani. That's 12 up, 12 down for Alcantara.
The Rooms to Go July 4th sale and Hot Buys ends Tuesday. Hot Buys on beautiful furniture, plus 60-month interest-free financing. How's that for hot value? Get great-looking living room Hot Buys. Sizzling bedroom Hot Buys. Turn up the heat dining room Hot Buys. And payments starting as low as $15 a month, interest-free. So hurry, save big on July 4th Hot Buys and get 60-month interest-free financing. Sale ends Tuesday only at Rooms to Go.
Guess who? Hey, Orlando business owners, stop overpaying for internet and phone. Switch to Spectrum Business. You'll get faster internet and get Orlando's best deal for small businesses. For only $49.99 a month, you'll get 600 megabits per second of blazing fast internet. Add business phone for just $19.99 a month. Taxes and fees included. Call 888-845-4779. Count on Spectrum Business to deliver faster speeds at an incredible price with over 99.9% network reliability. It's the best choice for your business. Other providers don't even come close. Just $49.99 a month for 600 megabit internet. Add phone for $19.99 a month. No taxes, no fees, and no contracts. Switch to Spectrum Business and get Orlando's best deal for small businesses. Call today, 888-845-4779.
Marlins. Coverage starts tomorrow at 6 on Bally Sports Florida.
Marlins baseball on Bally Sports is brought to you by Leon. When it counts, count on Leon. Leon Medical Centers, medical excellence. By La Lechonera, making meals a home run since 1970. By Estrella Insurance. Want to lower your payments on car insurance? Call 1-800-CAR-INSURANCE today. And by Chevy. Find new roads at your South Florida Chevy dealer. Sandy doing Sandy things again here tonight. A 1-0 Marlins lead on the Garrett Cooper solo home run in the third. Paul Severino, Tommy Hutton, Craig Minervini, and the rest of our Bally Sports crew in town for a few hours, really. It almost feels like a makeup series, right? We're only in town for 2 days. Marlins just had a 5-2 road trip through St. Louis and Washington. They'll be in New York in a couple of days for a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday 4-game set with the Mets, and then back home. So short homestand, short road trip for the Marlins coming up. Javi Garcia leading it off. Jesus Sanchez and Brian Anderson follow.
And then the Mets are back here the last 3 games, 3 days of the month in July, 29th, 30th, and 31st.
You know, it took forever to see the Mets. And I said it in our open, the first game of that series. I said we're going to meet the Mets, greet the Mets, and by the next few weeks get sick of the Mets. Like a 19-game season series, it feels like they're cramming it into about 2 weeks.
Well, the Mets and Max Scherzer just getting underway in Cincinnati. They had a bit of a rain delay.
Scherzer's big return. Marlins should see Scherzer in that 4-game set.
Well, if everything lines up, it'll be Alcantara against Scherzer on Sunday.
There are days, Tommy, when I'm really thankful for my job. That'll be one of them. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Avi.
One of the things I've noticed over the last week, 10 days with Avi Garcia, he got a little 7-game hitting streak, just 1 hit a game, not a lot, but he's been driving the ball to center and to right center a little bit better. And
Wow. There have been a lot of those on both sides. We've seen Trout not happy, and that's going to do it for Avi Garcia. He gets thrown out of the game. He's really got a case there. Avi's upset. Coop was upset. Trout was upset.
I mean, it's one thing to stay inconsistent on the outer part of the plate, which is pretty much where Barrett's been. He's missed a few outside. That's one of the poorest calls on a pitch off the plate inside. And Avi certainly had a beef. Unfortunately, it cost him. Cost Don Mattingly too. That ball's not even close. It's low too. Yeah, it's more low than inside. So not a strike, but Syndergaard gets the call.
Looks like Avi was comparing the strike zone to manure. One down, and that's now 6 Ks for Syndergaard. That's taken outside.
So Sandy has 6 strikeouts. Syndergaard 6 strikeouts. Of course, he had Tommy John surgery. Syndergaard did back in March of 2020. And then he had some mishaps along the way, some setbacks.
.30 pitch here to Sanchez in there for a strike. Apologies to Mets fans out there, but it really makes you wonder what could have been, right? With DeGrom and Syndergaard and Harvey, had everything gone the way early on it looked like it was going to go. A bit like Generation K back in what, the 90s, right?
Yeah, it's really hard to, in this day and age with injuries that take place. Who was it? Paul Wilson, Bill Pulsifer,
and Jason Isringhausen.
And Isringhausen, yeah. Who later went on to become a pretty good closer.
Sanchez goes up the middle with a base hit. Good to see Sanchi getting another knock right there.
That makes him a better hitter when he does that too. Every once in a while he gets a little pull happy. Let's check out Syndergaard's rotation. There's a changeup ball moving away. He hits it off the end of the bat. Doesn't square it up, but he found that hole in the infield. Syndergaard looking back because he knows he made a pretty good pitch. But a good job by Jesus Sanchez to stay on that pitch and drive it up the middle.
We get a check on Sanchez over at first base as Brian Anderson steps in. Yeah, you can throw Wheeler and Matz into that mix too for Mets rotation. And he is strikeout back in the second.
Well, those two guys are both still pitching, just not for the Mets.
Just not for the Mets, right. And Wheeler's been terrific for the Phillies. Matt's working his way back for the Cardinals. And DeGrom working his way back for the Mets too. Rehab start a few days ago.
Yeah, I think he struck out 5 of 6 batters that he faced in A-ball, Port St. Lucie.
Against Jupiter, I believe.
Syndergaard remembering how easily Jesus Aguilar stole a base in the first inning.
Anderson got a piece, and it's 0-2. Syndergaard's allowed now 21 stolen bases this year. 42 in 2019 with the Mets. 48 back in 2016.
I think when he was more of a power pitcher back then. He was one of those, okay, slow to the plate, but with his delivery, but quick to the plate with the pitch.
Yeah. You can tell it's I don't know if it's necessarily a pause. But it's a little deliberate once he gets to the top, and then everything falls down the slope.
And it's a big slope. He's 6'6".
Out of Mansfield, Texas. First round pick, 38th overall by the Blue Jays back in 2010 out of high school. He was involved in the December 2012 trade with the Mets that sent R.A. Dickey to the Blue Jays. That was only months after Dickey had won the Cy Young Award with New York.
Signed a nice contract with the Blue Jays.
Travis d'Arnaud was a part of that deal. d'Arnaud, of course, now one of the catchers in Atlanta.
Seemed like d'Arnaud is one of those guys that moved around a few times, and all of a sudden he's found a home with the Braves.
He was with the Dodgers for the amount of time that Mike Piazza was a member of the Marlins. I think it was like 1 or 2 games. Runner goes. Anderson fouls it back.
Good job by Brian Anderson with Jesus on the move. He saw a breaking ball that he got out over the plate and up, and he really stayed back and tried to drive it the other way because there was a huge opening on the right side.
And he grounds another one foul. Time now for our Indeed player resume. There's a lot to choose from, but we'll give you some of the quickies here for Mike Trout. Millville Senior High School in New Jersey, 25th overall pick by the Angels in 2009, the second pick of the Angels in that draft. The first was Randall Grichuk, 24th overall, made his debut in 2011, Rookie of the Year the following year. He's won 8 Silver Sluggers as Anderson continues to fight him off.
Still makes his home in South Jersey, Millville, New Jersey.
Well, he's got to be there in the winter to go to all those Eagles games. That's why. Loves his Eagles.
Yeah, he's got those season tickets right in the end zone, I think.
Must have cost a lot of money.
He can handle it.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's going to be at least a 10-pitch at bat here for Anderson. So a good battle against the guy who struck him out back in the second, and a guy who Andy is now 2 for 14 against. So just fighting and scratching and clawing, trying to get a mistake. Syndergaard's pitch count nearing 70 here, by the way, with 1 out in the 4th. Ground ball. Rengifo takes it to second, on to first. A double play. That's a frustrating end to a good AB for Brian Anderson. 5th inning coming up, 1-0.
It's a good thing you bundled your home, auto, and RV insurance with Progressive. You save money and you get round-the-clock protection.
So don't worry, it's all under control. That's cool. We'll finish up here.
Bye.
That's why you go to the restroom before the movie starts.
Get epic protection for your Dominion with Progressive.
You ever wonder why people are always on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. Look at this guy. He bought those tickets on his credit card and he's racking up the rewards.
She's using Zelle to pay him back for the hot dogs he's about to buy.
That's going to bring it to a close here after 3.
He's not checking the stats. He's finding some investment ideas with Merrill.
And third, as you know, in baseball means 3.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
Are you haunted by your cable service?
Have you noticed strange, frightening fees on your monthly bill?
Do you experience feelings of dread when you pass by your cable box?
If the answer is yes,
who are you going to call?
DirecTV Stream. Call 1-800-DirecTV to save $30 over 2 months.
The Bally Sports app has more live games every night than ever before. The action doesn't wait. Neither can you. Stream your team fast for the biggest home runs.
Whatever it takes.
Pitching duels.
It's the whole bullpen.
Walk-offs.
Unbelievable finish.
Plus, get live pregame and post-game analysis, player interviews.
Let's go.
And so much more. Than just the score. The Bally Sports app. The game is on.
Welcome back. Great ball game and great food on Tuesday nights here at the ballpark just beyond center field. Familiar faves. This is the spot. It's Taco Tuesday. Here's the deal. 2 tacos, a beer, and your ticket, all for $25. And we have not tried this taco yet. I don't know if it'd be appropriate on camera, guys, to take a bite into this, but it does look very, very tasty. If I can indulge, would it be okay?
Yeah, I mean, do whatever you
sure?
want. Brian Anderson just fielded that in 1 pitch, 1 out here in the inning, so that means it's Krager's Eats Taco time.
All right, it's Taco Tuesday. Did you hear it? 2 tacos.
2 tacos.
A beer. And the ticket.
And a ticket.
$25.
How can you beat that?
And they said it's the best in town, right here.
Right there.
I don't.
Yeah, I can tell. You need a napkin. You got a napkin?
Greg, it's dripping a little bit.
It's oozing with goodness.
Very careful.
How's that?
They
Good?
have something.
They do.
They've got something.
They've
here.
figured it out.
And you can too for $25.
Wow. Now, did you didn't actually pay the $25, I imagine, right?
Actually, we were able to get it for free.
Right. As the Lord of loanDepot, I figured that would be the case.
We've done this 3 times and have not done the story this year, so it's really working out quite well.
That's great. Craig, thank you very much. 1 ball and 1 strike here to Jared Walsh. Now, the thing about Sandy, right? I mean, you go back to that Trout at-bat, which ultimately finished as a strikeout on the 9th pitch. Then he got Ohtani on 1 pitch to get out of the inning. And he gets the leadoff man, Taylor Ward, on 1 pitch. So that's one of the ways that Sandy's been able to kind of regulate that pitch count. He's fine with the soft contact, ground ball, quick outs. Another ground ball here. It's Anderson in the shift, and there are 2 away.
Contrary to a lot of pitchers of this era, Sandy is fine with the ground ball out.
I've said it a lot. I tell all the broadcasters that are fortunate enough to watch him pitch in person when the Marlins play whatever team it might be, is that he could strike out 15 guys in a night if he wanted to, but he'd much rather get 6 or 7 strikeouts and go 9. Here is Rengifo.
Well, next to us, part of the Angels broadcast team, a really good pitcher, 2-time All-Star, Mark Gubicza. So I'm sure he's appreciating Sandy Alcantara.
Yeah, that's what a lot of guys say. I've seen him a lot on video, but to see him in person. That's the first hit and first base runner. Luis Rengifo with the base knock.
That's funny. You go through the lineup and you think of hitters that might get a base hit. There's the changeup. That one left up a little bit. And you're not thinking about Rengifo being that guy. But he took advantage of I can't even say it's a real mistake. It was just up a little bit.
Changes for the Marlins defensively, by the way, after Avi Garcia was ejected. Brian De La Cruz moves from left to right, and Luke Williams comes into the ball game. He will hit in that 4 spot for Garcia. Fouled straight back off the bat of Max Stassi. It made a little bit of sense, right, with the way that Sandy was going. And as great as Trout is, he's been cold as of late. You can make a case that Ohtani would have gotten the first hit. He's been great at the dish, but Rengifo has been fantastic. Now it's a 5-game hit streak for him. His last 10 games hitting .360 coming in. So he's been swinging a hot bat. One of very few Angels that have been lately. Time called.
The Angels thought enough of Max Stassi to give him a 3-year contract. Stassi and Kurt Suzuki do their catching.
Runner goes. Stallings' throw is into center field, and Rengifo is going to head toward third. It was on the second base side of the bag, but it got by Wendell and Rojas. Stolen base, and it will be an E2 on the back end of that play. And now the tying run is 90 feet away.
Well, you had the feeling the way this game's going that Rengifo would take off. It's a pretty good jump. Straight steal all the way. Looks over his shoulder and sees that he has plenty of time to get over to third. The ball kind of skipped and then skipped away from Joey Wendell. Could have gone off the top of the helmet. Rengifo.
The called strike 3 comes back and works around the hit. Stolen base and error. Sandy Alcantara through 5 scoreless innings.
We always believed the welcoming spirit was a small town thing. Turns out we were wrong. Wherever Jim Beam is welcome, you'll be welcome too.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's Sky Rizzy.
Things are getting clearer. I feel free to bare my skin. Yeah, that's all me. Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin. That's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Achieve clearer skin with Sky Rizzy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months. Of those, nearly 9 out of 10 sustained it through 1 year. And Sky Rizzy is 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
I see nothing in a different way. It's my moment, so I just gotta say, nothing is everything.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is everything.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Home is where the heart is. I know it's corny.
Yeah, that is corny. Keep going.
It's just that feeling of coming in and you're like, I'm home.
To me, home means being able to be yourself.
You can walk around in your underwear and no one will see you, except for the rest of your family.
I'd rather be home than anywhere else. So, to me, home is everything.
I would have to agree with you.
Welcome back. A 1-0 Marlins lead as we enter the bottom of the 5th inning. Good ball game. Figured it would be with Noah Syndergaard and Sandy Alcantara on the hill. Marlins in town for a short 2-game homestand, but they have won 5 in a row. They are 16-10 since June 7th, which was the start of their last 5-game win streak. They've had 2 5-game win streaks in a season-long 7-game run. And tomorrow, Shohei Ohtani and Trevor Rogers will go head-to-head. Our coverage starts at 6 on Bally Sports Florida. First pitch a little after 6:30, 6:40 first pitch. That should be a fun one. We hope to see you here at loanDepot Park. If not, we'll have you covered on Bally Sports Florida.
Yeah, the other thing, the Marlins come into this game 2 games under 500. The last time they were 2 games under 500 was back on May 17th.
Rojas to lead it off. And now a word from the Florida Lottery.
Experience the doubler effect with Monopoly Doubler Scratch-Off games, featuring a chance to double your winnings or win with bonus play. The Florida Lottery.
Rojas grounds it foul. What a play over there by Al Padrique. You wouldn't believe it if I told you, but he works with the infielders. Look at this. Hot shot. Bang.
Plays the carom. Perfectly positioned. Talked to Al a little bit today about the Angels' outfield arms. As third base coach, you got to make sure you know how all those guys throw. He said in left field, Brandon Marsh takes a little while to get rid of the ball. Trout's average, but gets rid of it quickly. Taylor Ward, probably the best arm out there.
Which usually is in right field. Longest throw to home plate. Miggy Rowe, high foul ball. We talked about Roberto Clemente earlier in the show. I mean, who had a stronger arm in right field than Roberto Clemente?
There were some guys in that era. Dave Parker, of course, another Pirate.
Right. Vlad Sr.
A guy I played with, he didn't have the career that those guys did. Ellis Valentine was always known to have a rocket in right field.
Two balls and two strikes. Syndergaard deals to Rojas. And Rojas out to left field. Edge of the track. Marsh makes the play. Now word from Estrella Insurance.
A little frustrating for Miguel Rojas. He's hit a couple of balls really well. He's hit about 700 feet of outs tonight. Center field and left field. Two balls on the nose. But as he told me, he'll stay with the program, with the process. He knows he had good swings.
Wow. That's another one that's way down. And De La Cruz got a strike called on him in his last plate appearance that was well outside the zone. That time he could only laugh. You laugh on strike one, you smile on strike two, and then you go deep right here, left field. Gone, a home run for Brian De La Cruz.
I like that process. Laugh, smile, and go deep. That was a different pitch than he hit off Rainey in Washington, D.C. Remember, the pitch off Rainey was a fastball. Boy, that's how you have to, from pitch to pitch, keep your concentration. Don't let that last pitch affect you, affect your thought process at the plate. Go up there with an idea. And I give Brian De La Cruz a lot of credit after that bad call to come back with a terrific swing.
He's starting to come around offensively, that's for sure. A mini 4-game hit streak, but that's his third homer in his last 10 games now. And a 2-0 Marlins lead. They've taken Syndergaard deep twice tonight.
Well, we talked about the high fastball in D.C. There's a hanging slider, middle of the plate. That pitch is kind of served up on a plate when you're a hitter. You love to see that.
0-1 here to Jacob Stallings in there for a strike. Syndergaard only given up 6 home runs in his first 12 starts. He's given up a couple of home runs here in less than 5 innings. Back to the home run.
Well, getting a little bit of an opportunity with Soler on the IL. It's a good job, a good swing, but I just go back to the missed call and how you have to regroup as a hitter. And he was able to do that. check with Jacob Stallings. He said, how'd you like DHing? He was 0 for 5. His comment was a good one, though. He said, we won the game.
Right. Swings and misses there for the strikeout. Number 7 for Syndergaard. Two-way here in the 5th inning. And let's take you around Major League Baseball for some news and notes. Seiya Suzuki, first inside the park home run for the Cubs since 2017. He was off the IL not long before doing that. Max Scherzer back on the mound tonight. He's in Cincinnati right now. That game is in the 2nd inning. Byron Buxton and Gio Urshela combined for the first 8-5 triple play. You go to the ballpark and you might see something you've never seen before, and those that saw that saw an 8-5 triple play.
Yeah, the White Sox were running all over the place. They didn't think that ball would be caught. They forgot that it was Buxton playing center field.
He can cover some ground. Yeah.
Yeah, he fired the ball back in to Urshela, who tagged one of the runners going to third base, and then Urshela just ran over and touched first. Triple play.
Joey Wendell has his 2nd hit. Doubled back in the 1st, and now a knock here with 2 outs in the 5th inning.
Well, Wendell doubled into left center back in the 1st inning. We talked about his solid approach. Takes that pitch, it's down. Good leverage. Got the foot down in time, and all of that, you hope, translates into a base hit.
87 pitches so far for Noah Syndergaard. Matt Wise, the pitching coach, out to talk with him. Elvis Peguero out in the Angels bullpen.
You talk, Paul, about coming to the ballpark and seeing things. First time in Major League history, an 8-5 triple play. How about the Marlins, the first team in Major League history to hit 4 go-ahead home runs with 2 outs in the 9th inning or later in a span of 9 days?
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. It was Fortes in their last home game, that Sunday game against the Mets, that walk-off home run. Then, of course, Avi Garcia in St. Louis, Jesus Sanchez on Sunday, Brian De La Cruz yesterday. I mean, that is taking it until the last out. Never say die. And these are big games for the Marlins, right? Donnie kind of downplayed it yesterday. It's not that far into July. There's a lot of baseball to be played, but the Marlins have had to scratch and claw a little bit, and they've beaten up on a Nationals team a lot, which you can't discount. They are wins, and you've got to pick up the wins. But now you're facing another team that's been struggling in the Angels. You have a big weekend against the New York Mets. Well, they will have to beat good teams eventually, but they are 2 games under 500 as we speak right now.
Winning is winning, and sometimes it begets winning, and so you beat up on teams that maybe you should, and there are times you don't win those games against teams that people say, well, you should win a game there. And so hopefully it'll translate into playing good games, good solid games against winning teams. And then also what it does, if you get down or if you're tied playing a close game against a really good team, you've won some games like that. So it keeps you in that game.
Yeah, all of a sudden the tide is turned a little bit when it comes to the 1-run games for the Marlins. They've been winning those at a little steadier clip. Called strike 3. Coop didn't like that one much the same way he didn't like it in the 1st. Marlins have already lost 1 guy to an ejection tonight. This one was ejected out toward left field. A solo home run for Brian De La Cruz. More fireworks on July 5th.
On the next Marlins All Access, All-Star hopeful Jazz Chisholm takes us through his game day prep at the plate and in the field, and setting up with Sandy, the Cy Young front-runner tells us his approach to attacking each hitter. Marlins All Access, all month long on Bally Sports Florida.
I wish.
Imagine a heart supplement so effective it could replace 5 other supplements and guarantee your best checkup ever. Introducing Omega Q Plus Max, the super supplement that features a unique combination of clinically studied ingredients to promote healthy blood pressure, cholesterol, inflammatory response, blood sugar, blood flow, even brain and eye health. And right now you can get a complimentary sample of Max just by texting HEAD to 321-321. But talk is cheap, so we'll put our money where our mouth is. We are so sure you'll experience the Max difference. We'll guarantee your next checkup is the best ever. That's right, some of your best blood pressure, cholesterol, blood sugar, and increased energy, or your money back. Get your complimentary sample of Max by texting HEAD to 321-321. Plus, text now and you'll also receive a bottle of Dr. Sinatra's Heart Healthy Multivitamin absolutely free. Text HEAD to 321-321.
Welcome back. Sandy Alcantara back to work. First pitch swinging for Brandon Marsh, and it's 0-1. Sandy's been good. He's allowed just 1 hit. Now he has a 2-run lead. One of those strikeout victims was Marsh. Hits one on a hop right at Joey Wendell. One away.
Wanted to wrap up, Paul, a topic we were talking about, the fact that the Marlins have beaten up on the Nationals 12-1. It happens. Other teams do the same. Last year, the Tampa Bay Rays were 18-1 against the Orioles.
It happens. Win the games that you're supposed to win and win a few others. Andrew Velasquez goes after the first one. Fly ball out toward shallow center. And it's Jesus Sanchez to make the catch. 2 quick outs here in the 6th inning for Sandy Alcantara, whose next pitch will be number 70. So stop me if you've heard this one before, but Sandy's pitch count's in a good spot.
Yeah, it is. He always seems to manage his pitch count and get it in that good spot.
Top of the order here is Jonathan Villar. Foul back.
You know, it's funny. We talked about all those 100-mile-an-hour pitches in the first inning, 6 of them. I think he's thrown 1 since then.
Yeah, in a sense, pitching backwards from how we're used to seeing him pitch. And we're taking low, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, he was just tuning up because he knew he was going to be facing a couple guys he might be facing in the All-Star game.
Right. And if he keeps this up, he might get the first inning in the All-Star game. Which, said it before, I'm sure I'll say it again, between now and the Midsummer Classic in a couple of weeks, it's an honor to go to the All-Star game. There's no question about it, but it's on another level when you get the ball to start.
Well, a couple things. First of all, we know the game's in L.A., but the All-Star manager is Brian Snitker, who has seen Sandy numerous times.
Too much.
Yeah.
Too much, maybe. A little tap or foul.
Now, let's see. If you're Snitker, do you want to get Sandy upset, or do you want to upset Dodger fans a little bit?
Yeah. I don't think he's worried about Dodger fans too much. They don't have to see him again, maybe till the postseason. Still have to see Sandy a few times in the second half. 1-2. Pop left field. Luke Williams gives it a look, but that'll get into the crowd. A nice catch over there. Now a word from Baptist Health.
Thankfully, Baptist Health is here for moments you don't see coming.
Ball and 2 strikes on VR. Here it comes. Taken low, 2-2. Sandy delivers. Bouncer right back to him. Smothers it and gets the out at first base. Sandy is through 6 scoreless. 2-0.
Barbara, it's happening again.
Experience the doubler effect with Monopoly Doubler Scratch-Off games, featuring a chance to double your winnings or win with bonus play. The Florida Lottery.
The Minions are coming to IHOP with an all-new menu you're going to love. Excuse me.
Enjoy the Minions menu at IHOP. For a limited time, kids eat free and catch Minions: The Rise of Gru.
When's that Prime Day? I need to know. I'll get some cold butter, some camping supplies, 'cause Prime Day's coming up the 12th and 13th of July, baby.
Ray Jeffin has directed physical therapy programs for many professional athletes. His knowledge and experience remain unparalleled in his field. Today, Ray directs physical therapy at Leon Medical Centers. So even if you are not an athlete, we know it's important for you to count on having mobility, agility, and balance to enjoy a good quality of life. Leon Medical Centers, medical excellence, and proud partner of the Miami Marlins.
It's so sad. It's not.
Angels, Marlins. Coverage starts tomorrow at 6 on Bally Sports Florida.
Marlins baseball is brought to you by Leon. When it counts, count on Leon. Leon Medical Centers, medical excellence. A couple of solo home runs for the Marlins tonight, accounting for both of their runs. Garrett Cooper in the 3rd, Brian De La Cruz in the 5th. Good crowd on hand tonight. Angels in town for 2 days. We've got Japanese Heritage Night here at loanDepot Park, and a lot of fans here to support and wish Shohei Ohtani a happy 28th birthday. The best two-way player any of us have ever seen.
Elvis is in the building.
Elvis Peguero takes over. Time now for the Florida Lottery call to the bullpen. Peguero comes in after 5 innings of work from Noah Syndergaard. Couple of runs, no walks, 8 strikeouts. He was sharp. Again, just the 2 blemishes. The homer for Cooper and De La Cruz. And now Aguilar will lead things off. Takes a first pitch strike.
Boy, Peguero has that nice fluid slinging type motion. Fastball's about 95, 96, and he'll throw a lot of sliders too.
6th game of the season, and a fly ball out to center field. Trout underneath it. 1 away. And now word from FPL.
Every storm is different. Every story unique. But our commitment to you never changes. If it's your storm, it's our storm. And we'll face it together.
I'll bring up Luke Williams. He gets his first plate appearance of the ball game after Avi Garcia was ejected. It's the 4th time in Avi's career that he's been thrown out of a ball game. Really didn't like the strike calls.
Yeah, he's not alone in that.
No. There have been a few of them. Chopper to third off the glove of VR. Be an infield single for Williams, and he's aboard here in the 6th inning.
You get a ball like this, had some really good top spin on it, and VR was there, but that ball kicked off the end of his glove. Should be a base hit.
It's off the thumb of the glove there of VR. So a 1-out base runner. That'll bring up Jesus Sanchez.
Of course, the guy the Angels are missing is Anthony Rendon.
Very much so.
At third base.
And he's out for the year, even though he found himself in the middle of that brawl somehow.
That was bizarre.
Yes, the whole thing. And some thought that that might be the spark that the Angels needed to get them back on track, and it has really been anything but.
Yeah, every once in a while. I'm not so sure it happens in today's game, but years ago, managers they would encourage you to maybe get something started. Maybe a manager would start an argument or a fight, thinking that maybe that would get things going for your team.
There's a strike. It's an interesting little kick there for Peguero to start the delivery, isn't it? They're not going to see it there, of course, because he checks on Williams at first base.
That's the one thing the Marlins, I should say, and John Birdie, we should talk about John Birdie too tonight, have incorporated the stolen base over the last month or so. And John Birdie's fine. He's okay, just getting the night off.
The day off yesterday, but he's been running like crazy. Would be available if needed at some point tonight.
I think well deserved. Played
Yes.
a lot of games. He plays hard. Stealing bases takes a lot out of you.
Played a great defense as well in the absence of Jazz over there at second. Some outfield as well. Sanchez rips a line drive into right field, and the Marlins have 2 on here in the 6th.
Boy, that ball was scorched by Jesus Sanchez. Two-seamer. That's his happy zone right there, down and in. Remember the other day in Washington, D.C., Rainey was trying to work him up with fastballs, and they stayed with fastballs, but the mistake, the one he hit out, was down right about in that location.
We'll see what the Marlins can do here in a good spot. 2 on and 1 out. Andy is swinging a miss. That base hit for Sanchez was 105 off the bat. That got out to right field in a hurry.
That's a good point, because a lot of times we bring that up with home runs.
Yeah.
The exit velo. That base hit was 105.
Outside. Ball on 1 strike to Anderson, who was struck out and grounded into a double play in this one.
Had a really good at bat in that 4th inning when he hit into the double play. Saw a lot of pitches, 9 or 10 pitches, and then hit the ball hard up the middle. It was a double play ball. Thought he had some good swings during that AB.
Can a hitter take a positive out of that, even though you make 2 outs?
Yeah, you try. It's not easy, but you try.
Bouncer up the middle. Renifo has it. And they get the out at first base. Runners move up. Let's send it downstairs to Craig Minervini.
Thank you, Paul. You guys were talking about the All-Star situation. Well, voting began today for Phase 2 of the voting, and we're talking about second base and Jazz Chisholm Jr., who is battling Ozzie Albies, sort of. They were the top 2 vote getters in round 1. Fans can vote only once per day. Vote totals from Phase 1 do not count. Now, there's a little catch here. Ozzie Albies went on the IL with a fractured foot in mid-June. Jazz Chisholm Jr. is on the IL with a lower back strain, not considered to be very serious. In fact, today he was getting in some work, which is good to see. Mobility exercises up in Jupiter at the spring training home of the Marlins, so that's good news. The voting continues until Friday at 2 p.m. If he can get back in health, guys, before the All-Star break and Albies can't play, then you would pretty much think that Jazz has a great chance to not only make the team, but start over at second base.
That would be tremendous, right? I mean, what a huge honor that would be.
It's a big but, though, because of the situation right now. No guarantee. I think he thinks he'll be back. But Don Mattingly saying today, one step at a time. Mobility exercise is a good step in Jupiter, and we still got a little ways to go. But they'd like to get him back healthy, obviously, for the Marlins before the break, and then the All-Star game coming up in Hollywood after that.
Yeah, that's exactly
Is that
where
good?
I agree with you. That's where I was going to go with that, is that, yeah, it's a huge honor to get to the All-Star game, but if the Marlins keep, progressing along as Miggy had talked about last week, right? First step, get to 500. Second step, now you focus on the third wild card, second wild card, first, and then you can worry about the Mets, but that's that progression. And again, Jazz deserving of going to the All-Star game and everything else. Hopefully it works out. Hopefully he can. But one would think priority number 1 is that he's good to go for the second half.
Well, that's right. You want him healthy for the second half, but also I think you'd like to see him healthy leading up to the All-Star break, and I think he will be. I think we'll see him in action. Braves fans will not see Albies in action. It'll take him longer to come back from his injury.
Broken bone in the foot on the foul ball. Two on and two out. A 2-0 game. 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Miguel Rojas.
That's a great way to think about it, the way Miggy does. It's got a piece at a time, piece at a time. It's a long season. You'll get confused and frustrated if you start looking too far ahead.
Ground ball towards short. Velasquez has it. Inning is over. Marlins leave a couple. 7th inning. Sandy headed back out with a 2-0 lead.
It's the Rooms to Go July 4th coupon sale. So find your valuable bonus coupons in your newspaper, online, or on the Rooms to Go app. Coupons good through Tuesday. Coupons that save you big money on great-looking furniture. Now is the perfect time to shop and get extra savings with your bonus coupons. Plus, to make buying easier, finance interest-free for 60 months. So hurry. The Rooms to Go July 4th coupon sale is now through Tuesday.
I let them. Seems like things are very complicated these days. Are you sure you're doing that right? No. That's why Spectrum Mobile makes mobile easy with unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99 a month per line when you get 2 or more lines. So no added taxes, no hidden fees, and no contracts. Just $29.99. It's simple. Just a coffee.
Decaf, half calf, cloud roasted.
I'll just do a water then.
Artisanal water, spring water, babbling brook.
Want simple? Get unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today.
At Shell's of Melbourne, we love our seafood. Everything at Shell's is prepared to order, even our specialty toppings. Enjoy the best selection of fresh fish, our seasonal and daily specials, and always available pasta, mussels, shrimp, and much more.
We love the family atmosphere. We love the price. The food is always excellent. Always.
For freshness and variety, you'll love Shell's Seafood on 192 next to the Melbourne Square Mall.
Back top 7. Good ball game here. Sandy Alcantara will face Mike Trout to start this 7th inning. And it's time now for our Toyota trend. Slugging percentage in non-2-strike counts. I mean, it's Trout, and then it's really not even close. He's over 1,000 before he gets to 2 strikes. Problem is, lately for him, it's when he gets to 2 strikes that's been an issue. Sandy has struck him out twice, and he starts him off with 97 near the top of the zone.
Yeah, I was looking back at his career and on 1-0, 2-0, 1-1, 2-1, 3-1. He's over 400 in all those counts. Except at these times, and he's had a couple of them this year where he's really struggled.
One ball and 1 strike. And he chased that changeup.
Mike Trout has played in just 3 postseason games. 2014 ALDS against Kansas City.
Hasn't won one. Hasn't won a postseason.
To put that in perspective, Derek Jeter played in 158 postseason games.
That's a full season. Miggy gets to it, throws to first, and Trout too fast, beats it out.
That's another thing that Mike Trout can do, and that is get up the first base line. Terrific play. You might get some hitters, but you're not going to get Mike Trout.
And now things get interesting. Tying run is aboard, and one of the game's premier sluggers is at the plate, Shohei Ohtani. On his 28th birthday, tomorrow's starting pitcher will bat for the 3rd time tonight. A couple of ground outs against Alcantara.
Yeah, 5 home runs for Ohtani over the last 12 games. And remember, he had that 2-game stretch. I think it was against Kansas City. Hit a couple of home runs, had 8 RBIs. The next night he came back and struck out 13 on the mound.
It's a good couple days, no?
Yeah.
Good. It's pretty good. A happy birthday from his franchise. 28 years old today.
You have to wonder if he'll finish his career with the Angels.
Good call. Something to certainly ponder. With a couple years left on the deal. But a fan favorite around the country and around the globe. There's a strike.
Oh, some good changeups. See if he stays with that. Another place to get Ohtani is also up, but you got to keep it in. If you get out over the plate, you might pay. So he can go with a changeup again, or he can go up with that 4-seamer.
2-2 pitch. Tapper back to Sandy. Goes to second, and that's all they'll get. They get the lead run. So Shohei Ohtani will get the ball for the Angels tomorrow night. He'll be up against Trevor Rogers. And yeah, I mean, we give you all the numbers here for Ohtani as a hitter that are great. But in 13 starts, he's got a 2.68 ERA. And he's been pitching really well lately. His last 4 starts, T-Hut, 0.34 ERA.
Yeah, I'd say he's put it together.
Come on. Come on.
Hey, by the way, we've talked about so many things with Sandy Alcantara. Tonight, one of the things we maybe don't talk about as much, he has been terrific defensively. Made a couple of nice plays. That last one to take his time, make sure he just gets the lead runner. He knew it wasn't a double play.
Runner goes inside, throw down to second. Not in time. Shohei Ohtani gets a stolen base.
It's another thing. That's his 9th this year. He had 26 last year.
This is Sandy getting Trout.
Yeah, and then he made a nice play on a comebacker that VR hit to end the 6th inning. Made sure he stayed in front of it.
Fields his position extremely well. Tying run is at the plate here. To Taylor Ward, couple of ground outs tonight, waits on a 1-1 pitch that's upstairs.
Want to hear another Ohtani stat?
I'm here for it.
He's in the 90th percentile as far as speed.
Is it just a tremendous athlete?
I don't think the Babe was in that percentile.
Maybe not. There's a fly ball out towards center field. Long run for Sanchez. Looks like he's going to have room a step or two onto the track. Ohtani tags. Maggie's got it. And Ohtani will get to third safely. But there are 2 outs. Bring the whole family out to loanDepot Park every Wednesday home game with the 4 for $44 ticket offer. For just $44, you'll get 4 game tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 sodas or waters, and 2 small popcorns. Purchase at marlins.com/offers. So that would include tomorrow night. Ohtani and Rogers. Coverage on Valley Sports Florida starts at 6. First pitch 6:40.
We'll be happy to bring it to you.
Absolutely. Big spot here. Here's Jared Walsh swinging and fouling the first one back. 99 from Alcantara on his 90th pitch. Walsh was an all-star last year. 29 homers, 98 RBIs this year. 13 homers, 40 RBIs as the Angels officially start their second half of the season. 82nd game this year. Wow. I mean, it was outside, but it's been an interesting zone today.
Just off the plate. Seen that call, though, a couple of times.
Certainly have. There's a strike.
Yeah, the Marlins haven't quite reached that halfway point. Playing their 79th game tonight.
One ball and 2 strikes. 2-0 Marlins lead here in the 7th inning. Sandy deals. It's fouled back now to play.
99. This is as a hitter now. You've seen Alcantara. You're not sure where he's going to go with that 2-strike pitch. Is he going to go up 4-seamer? Is he going to go with that power changeup, or maybe a backdoor slider?
Sandy's 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 3. 101.
Let's just go with 101.
That works too. 8 Ks through 7 scoreless. We go to the bottom of the 7th. 7th inning stretch brought to you by Baptist Health.
If you're like me, when you have the flu, you don't want to go anywhere.
And why should you go anywhere when you'll probably feel better just staying in bed anyway?
That's why Baptist Health's Care on Demand is so crucial. Care right from your bed.
How are you feeling today?
And it's care right away. Because when I have the flu, there's only one thing I feel like doing.
This 4th of July, brighten your home with HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Paints and Cabot Exterior Stains. Get $10 off 1-gallon cans or $40 off 5-gallon pails, just in time for the season.
Every storm is different. Every story unique. But our commitment to you never changes. If it's your storm, it's our storm. And we'll face it together.
The Valley Sports app has more live games every night than ever before. The action doesn't wait, neither can you. Stream your team fast for the biggest home runs.
Whatever it takes.
Pitching duels.
It's the whole bullpen.
Walk-offs.
Unbelievable finish.
Plus, get live pregame and post-game analysis, player interviews.
Let's go.
And so much more. than just the score. The Bally Sports app. The game is on.
Welcome back from the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Baptist Health. A 2-0 Marlins lead as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. T-Hut, he has done it again. Sandy Alcantara threw 7 innings in 11 straight starts, the longest single season streak by a pitcher since Rick Porcello. He actually matches him at 11, and Porcello won the Cy Young in 2016. So that's, again, how rare it is, and the types of guys that do it and sometimes win Cy Youngs.
We're running out of superlatives. But it'll also be, this is where crunch time comes and decision time comes for Don Mattingly. He's at 94 pitches. We were kind of discussing it in between the inning.
Figueroa back out there. De La Cruz a swing and a miss.
Of course, a lot of it depends on how many pitches he needs to get through the 8th inning. But it would be a different thought process for Don Mattingly if the score were 6-0, 7-0, as opposed to 2-0.
I know that 100 pitches, we all reference it, right? That's kind of the standard now. But for Sandy, it's not 100, right? Isn't his maybe like 110?
He threw 117 last time.
De La Cruz pops this one back behind first. It'll be Walsh to make the play.
Yeah, I think you would have to go up a little bit.
Right.
In his case, without question.
Well, he's been terrific tonight. Again, 94 pitches through 7 innings. Just under 83% first pitch strikes. The guy who has caught him for the bulk of the season, Jacob Stallings, steps in 0 for 2.
Another way you keep that pitch count manageable is to not walk guys. Sandy Alcantara, no walks tonight.
And oddly enough, the thing that works, I'll say it, but it's not what I mean, that works against him is the fact that the Angels strike out so much and swing and miss in the zone so much that he hasn't been able to maybe rely on early, quick, soft contact, quick outs to help keep that pitch count a little bit better. And again, 94 through 7 is not terrible.
Well, he has 8 ground ball outs. Wasn't a couple starts ago he had 16 or 17.
Exactly. One and 2. And Stallings gets a base hit into right field. We've got Gabby Sanchez on the right, working with the great Glenn Geffner on radio today, and also doing our pre and post game show. It's presented by FPL, our Marlins Live post game show. Jessica Blaylock and Gabby Sanchez. Hello, Gabby. He's already got the tie ready to roll.
Oh yeah. He's got to go from a radio look to TV look.
Yes. Two different looks.
Yeah.
Completely different looks. Radio doesn't really matter. Want to wear shorts, sweatpants, whatever you want. Another pitch that looked to be outside the strike zone, but it's called for strike 1.
By the way, a good swing on a slider from Jacob Stallings to pick up that base hit.
Wendell 2 for 3 in this one, a double in the first, single in the 5th. Tries the edge again.
And Joey Wendell's hit the ball well all 3 times tonight in his 2 for 3 evening.
Up the middle. Rengifo, Velasquez, and Walsh. 7 innings in the books. 2-0. Marlins on top.
There is no perfect. only practice.
Why is iced tea our yoga teacher?
It's probably the Honey Nut Cheerios. He found out they can help lower cholesterol. Now he's taking care of his heart in fun new ways.
You are a seed growing into a sturdy oak tree.
Rock every occasion with an LG InstaView range.
So, what do you think?
This is fine. This is not a test. Please this is fine.
This is fine. Now this is fine. Get fine deals at the Toyota Big One Sales Event. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
Receive quality care at your convenience. With UHealth Now, access bilingual doctors 24/7 from any device. Rapid virtual eye care connects you with a Bascom Palmer eye doctor to address common eye concerns. UHealth Clinic at Walgreens offers same-day in-person care at convenient locations. UHealth your way. Get the quality you expect with the convenience you want. Visit uhealthyourway.com to learn more.
Well, great ball game here at home. First of the two-game homestand. The Marlins up 2-0. And Sandy Alcantara will get at least the start of the 8th inning. He certainly led the starting staff, but take a look at his stat. Big turnaround from last year for the Marlins concerning wins from their starters, led by Sandy, who has 8 wins. The Marlins have 25 from their starters. The entire year, last year, they went 32-61, third fewest in the NL. Look at the teams above them. They could tie the Padres tonight if Sandy wins it. Those are all playoff teams right now. Interesting group, and the starters have won about 32% of the games this year, on pace for 52. Look, it's early, guys. It's still early July, but about a week ago, the Marlins were seemingly a mile out of the wild card race. If the Cardinals lose, and they were losing earlier tonight, the Marlins can hang on. They'll be 3 out of the wild card, despite still being under 500.
Yeah,
interesting.
It is. It certainly is, and that's the beauty for a lot of clubs and a lot of markets and fan bases and everything else. And I think with the way that the sport has gone the last few years, where there's been a lot of really, really good teams and a lot of maybe really, really bad teams and not a lot really in the middle, the third wild card has been really great, because it even if a team is in it for a while and then they fall out of it, they're probably playing more meaningful games in September than they would have in years past.
It keeps teams in it, it keeps fans in it, and it keeps front offices in it.
Your wild card standings up to the moment. That one down low to Rengifo, who has one of the 2 hits for the Angels tonight. Rengifo broke up the no-hitter in perfect game, albeit with 2 outs in the 5th. Swing and a miss there, and it's 2-2.
Still got the good changeup. That was that last pitch.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. 9 Ks for Alcantara, 1 away in the 8th.
Came back with another changeup. Bottom falls out of it. I think the vertical drop is what fools so many hitters on a pitch that's in the low 90s. A lot of guys have gone back to the dugout shaking their head just like that.
You know, it was in his last start in St. Louis where he and Jacob Stallings decided that they were going to go sinker heavy. Continues to lower the ERA, still chasing Tony Gonsolin, but that's up to date 183. But again, miles and miles ahead of Gonsolin.
About 40 more innings.
Yeah, when it comes to innings, exactly.
Don't try to talk me into the fact.
That's not a strike.
As we mentioned early on, Gonsolin has just one time this year in his 15 starts gone 7 or more innings.
100. Sandy, double-digit Ks.
All right, let me just go with 100. Got a strikeout on the changeup prior. Then he goes 100 upstairs to get Stassi to chase that. We talked about it earlier, the velocity or the batting average against pitches 76 to 100, 172. How about pitches over 100 pitches? The batting average is in the 160s. You can't tell me he doesn't have another gear.
The man is just built different, and he has found a completely higher level here in 2022. 1 ball and 1 strike to Brandon Marsh, who struck out back in the 3rd inning. Fouled away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. His 8th career double-digit strikeout game, and he brings home a 1-2. Oh, that one stayed down on Aguilar, but he stuck with it, makes the play, and Sandy's through 8 scoreless innings. we get to think about the 9th again, I think. 2-0. Marlins on top.
Go to the other end of the dugout. Stay away from Mattingly.
This Bacon Brewhouse Mother Cruncher chicken sandwich is for Diego. Dude busted his tail all day. So Checkers busted out our beer cheese flavor sauce loaded with bacon, then drizzled it all over some crispy white meat chicken. Oh yeah, and added onion tanglers, bacon strips, spicy pickles, and ready for this? More bacony sauce. Diego, put that down and pick up a Bacon Brewhouse Mother Cruncher. Cheers, you've earned it. Only at Checkers for a limited time. Get it delivered through our rewards app.
South Florida Sports and Subaru of Pembroke Pines together have a winning tradition. And when we win, South Florida wins. With your help, we have donated over $1.4 million to local charities. Thank you for helping us give back one vehicle at a time.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Thanks.
Wake up to sausage, biscuit, and hash browns for $2.29. Then pick up a McDouble and small fries later for $3.39. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
In an independent survey, after reputation, the quality most important in choosing a law firm is the firm's ability to take a case to court and win. But many lawyers have never been in a courtroom and might settle your case for less than it's worth. Not us. Just visit forthepeople.com to see a list of offers before trial and verdicts we got. Our track record allows us to settle most cases for full value without having to go to trial. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Thanks.
Wake up to sausage, biscuit, and hash browns for $2.29. Then pick up a McDouble and small fries later for $3.39. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 8th, a 2-0 Marlins lead. There's Don Mattingly. Decision time again. Sandy Alcantara walked in, as he always does, third base side of the dugout. And they talk with Mel, looking at some metrics, some reports, perhaps. And then Donnie goes and looks for Sandy, who is undoubtedly hiding somewhere, knowing that once again he wants to finish what he started.
I get the feeling that Mel said, you go talk to him.
I will say, you know, I joked about it in the break. I said, if nothing else, at least Donnie's getting more comfortable with these awkward conversations, because it's every time out now.
Well, the bullpen's quiet. That's a good sign.
Garrett Cooper to lead things off. First pitch is outside. New pitcher for the Angels.
Oliver Ortega with fastballs, pretty good. Fastball will get 96, 97. Instead of fastball sliders, he's a fastball curveball guy. Taken low.
Florida Lottery call to the bullpen. Oliver Ortega, third pitcher for the Angels tonight. After Syndergaard went the first 5 and Pregame the 6th and 7th inside on Coop. And it's 2-1, or excuse me, 3-0. Numbers for Ortega, 26th game this season. 3.86 ERA. Coop takes it low. 4-pitch walk to start the 8th.
All right, fans, the final week of the 2022 Chevrolet MLB All-Star Ballot is here, and Jazz Chisholm Jr. is among the finalists. Vote for the starters daily at MLB.com/vote.
It would be amazing here if the Marlins can get a little more breathing room for Sandy and whoever may or may not follow him, as Billy Hamilton will take over as the pinch runner over there at first base after the first walk of the game on either side for any of the 4 pitchers in this game.
Yeah, Syndergaard and Pregame, they threw the ball well, 7 innings, no walks.
Been in. Aguilar 0 for 3 in this one, reached on an error and picked up his first career stolen base. That was back in the first inning.
Aggie feeling frisky tonight.
Yes. And if you think about it, if you think about it, he's only 313 stolen bases away from catching Billy Hamilton. It was not going, as that one misses outside.
But Billy Hamilton had like 4 years of 50 or more steals.
He did. Went in order, actually. 14, 15, 16, and 17. He went 56, 57, 58, 59. And that's Bill Hasselman, the acting interim manager and former catcher as well. So he's had a conversation or two like this in his career back in his playing days.
Yeah, that is not Matt Wise, their pitching coach.
Two 2-0 on Aguilar. Hamilton again the runner at first. Nobody out. 2-0 Marlins lead. 2 solo home runs tonight for Miami. Aguilar in the air, right center. It will be Trout. It'll be nobody. Hamilton will get to second. A miscommunication with Trout and Ward out in right center field.
Well, the communication should be Mike Trout, and I think he was calling it all the way. Center fielder always is the guy who takes charge. He's calling. But all of a sudden, Ward kept drifting into the play. There's Trout. He's calling it. I got it. I got it. I got it. And he's thinking, what's Ward doing right here? So I'm not sure who they're going to give the error to. It'll probably go to Trout, but it should be a Ward error.
And now Luke Williams, and the Angels bring the corners in. Williams pulls it back and takes ball 1. Williams did not start this game, but he took over after Avisail Garcia was ejected. Avi Garcia is so far the only ejection in this ball game, but no one has liked really the job that Lance Barrett's done behind home plate. By my count, the Biggest strike zone in an Angels game since Enrico Palazzo was behind home plate. The naked gun. That one on the corner. Ball and a strike. Again, Gorners creep in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Williams pulls it back, and Hamilton takes third anyway.
Great job by Billy Hamilton, who has such tremendous instincts on the bases. You have to be the kind of base stealer he's been, have to have the speed and the instincts.
Gets the bunt down up the first base line, but it takes a right-hand turn. That's something that former Angels manager Joe Maddon used to love to do with a first and third situation. Laid down the bunt, nearly indefensible. But that one didn't stay fair. Two and two. Called strike 3. Action in the Marlins bullpen. Tanner Scott starting to throw. Not sure if that means he'll get the 9th or if he'll just be ready. Sandy's at 107 pitches in 8 scoreless innings.
Well, you got number 9 hitter and then back to the top of the order in the 9th for the Angels.
Well, bottom line, you'd love to get at least one here. Give Sandy or Scott or whoever some breathing room. Sanchez swings and misses. Couple of base hits tonight. Singles in the 4th and 6th for Jesus.
By the way, they did give that error to Taylor Ward, the right fielder.
It's one E9 allowing Aguilar to first. Sanchez takes low and in, bounces away, but Stassi keeps it close. He's got to with great speed over there at third. Jaime Barria out there in the Angels bullpen. Up on an elevated fastball. 2-1. Hamilton stands at third after his 80th career steal of third base. 315 in his career.
All the great base stealers will tell you sometimes stealing third is easier.
Active leaders. Elvis Andrus with 321, and now Hamilton adding another one. This is the backswing a moment ago from Sanchez that got the top of the helmet there for Stassi. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Angels with 3 on the right side of the infield. And fouled back.
He's had a couple of good rips, fouled off 2 curveballs from Ortega.
A 2-2. Inside, full count. Brian Anderson waits on deck. Ortega's payoff pitch is inside, and the Marlins have him loaded.
Good job by Jesus. Talked about him fouling off a couple of pretty good curveballs. Took a close pitch for ball 3, that fastball. And Hasselman is going to make a move.
That's going to do it for Ortega. So no one had issued a walk the whole night up until he came in the game, and so far he's issued a couple. Marlins will have the bases loaded and look for insurance on top of a 2-0 lead here in the 8th inning. 1 out. Anderson coming to the plate. Back in a moment.
So, what do you think?
This is fine.
This is not a test. Please
This is fine.
This is fine. Now this is fine. Get fine deals at the Toyota Big One Sales Event. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
1-800 Car Insurance. How would you like to get the lowest price on car insurance?
Of course. Who wouldn't? But how can I?
With Estrella. All you have to do is call 1-800 Car Insurance, your new solution for getting quality coverage with savings of up to 30% less than what you're paying now in just minutes.
So I'll get the best deal in my area?
Lowest price guaranteed. Call 1-800 Car Insurance or just do it yourself online. Visit estrellainsurance.com today. It's easy.
Barbara, it's happening again.
Experience the doubler effect with Monopoly Doubler Scratch-Off games, featuring a chance to double your winnings or win with bonus play. The Florida Lottery.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 8th inning, still bases loaded and 1 out for the Marlins. Make a change. Experience the doubler effect with Monopoly Doubler Scratch-Off games. Your chance to double winnings or win with bonus play. Plus top prizes of up to 5. Lottery must be 18 or older to play. Play responsibly. It is Jaime Barria to come into the ball game. That for the Angels becomes their 4th pitcher and 2nd this inning, his 15th game this year.
A little better strikeout to walks ratio, so I think Hasselman feels he'll get more strikes from Barria, who this year has gone into a relief role totally. Early on in his career with the Angels, he's been a starter. He started 55 career games for the Angels.
Pitching for the first time in the month of July after 3 outings where he gave up a total of 10 runs and 9 earned. En route to a .565 ERA last month. Andy with a couple of grand slams in his career. But a 182 average. Homer would be great, but just getting a run or 2 home here would be nice as well. Marlins with a 2-run cushion. Still playing the waiting game to see if Sandy will have a 9th inning. First pitch, grounded foul. Look out, Billy Hamilton. Tanner Scott continues to throw.
I guess the decision you start thinking about, if you're Don Mattingly, more runs, yes, makes it easier to go to the bullpen, but you also have Sandy working on a shutout.
Now, I clearly I don't know. I've been up here hanging out with you, T. Hut, so I don't know what Donnie's thinking, but we saw that look in Sandy's eye in St. Louis when he was hopeful for a 9th inning.
Yeah, I think if he were going back out there, he'd be sitting down, too.
That looks like a little more relaxed Sandy.
Yeah.
Not sure, but yeah. We're in agreement that with Scott up and over 100 pitches, it's not as though he hasn't done his job. 8 scoreless innings.
You know, and it's not that he can't go 115, 120 pitches, but I think Donnie and Mel are just trying to manage his pitch count, his innings, knowing how important he's going to be the second half of the season.
Yeah, not that he can't, it's that he can't do it every time. Ground ball to third. VR comes home with it. They get one. And dug out by Walsh over there at first base. Really nice play defensively for the Angels. It goes 5-2-3, and we go to the 9th.
The Rooms to Go July 4th sale on Hot Buys ends Tuesday. Hot Buys on beautiful furniture, plus 60-month interest-free financing. How's that for hot value? Get great-looking living room Hot Buys, sizzling bedroom Hot Buys, turn up the heat dining room Hot Buys, and payments starting as low as $15 a month, interest-free. So hurry, save big on July 4th Hot Buys and get 60-month interest-free financing. Sale ends Tuesday only at Rooms to Go.
Just between us, cleaning with a mopping bucket is such a hassle. Ugh. Well, I switched to Swiffer WetJet, and it's awesome. It's an all-in-one that absorbs dirt and grime deep inside, and it helps prevent streaks and haze. Stop cleaning and start Swiffering.
This is John. He hasn't worked this hard to only get this far with his cholesterol. Taken with a statin, Leqvio can lower bad cholesterol and keep it low with 2 doses a year. Side effects were injection site reaction, joint pain, urinary tract infection, diarrhea, chest cold, pain in legs or arms, and shortness of breath. With Leqvio, lowering cholesterol becomes just one more thing life throws your way. Ask your doctor about Leqvio. Lower, longer, Leqvio.
It's still the Eat Fresh Refresh, and Subway's refreshing their app. So you can customize your favorite footlong, set a pickup time, and jump the line. Oh, here she goes. I thought she was actually gonna jump. Just use this code and order on the Subway app.
So Sandy's night officially done after another 8 stellar innings. Scoreless baseball, just 2 hits, no walks, and 10 strikeouts. And it is fun to watch that man work.
Brings his ERA to 1.82.
And he hands the ball off to a guy that's been really good. Tanner Scott will take over. For Scott, since June 2nd, 14 appearances, a 4-1 record, and 8 for 10 in save opportunities. That again since June 2nd. These are the numbers all season for Scott, who has kind of ascended into that closer's role. He's going to face Michael Stefanik. Fun story there. A non-drafted big leaguer. Just made his major league debut not long ago. Quite the road to the show. Taken upstairs for ball 1.
Yeah, the road traveled here is there are many different ways. Yeah, looking back at the last 7 outings for Tanner Scott, he's given up just in 7 innings 3 hits and 1 run. 10 strikeouts over that time.
2-0 pitch, ground ball, fair ball. And Stefanik is on to lead things off here in the 9th inning.
Well, Stefanik lets that ball really get deep on him, whether by design or not, but he ends up with a base hit the other way. Good job in right field by De La Cruz to get over and hold Stefanik to a single.
So Stefanik was pinch hitting for Velasquez. And Stefanik, congratulations to him, his first major league hit, leads away from first base, and now it's VR with Trout and Ohtani to follow. Swing and a miss. Mike Trout will be next. And then Ohtani after him. So Scott will have his hands full here in the 9th inning, protecting a 2-0 lead. 98-02.
A couple of guys that were teammates at one time with the Orioles. Tanner Scott, Jonathan VR.
Two, and VR went around. A strikeout for Tanner Scott, the first out here in the 9th.
There are times when Tanner Scott has come into games. This is just some good heat. He knows that VR chases, especially with 2 strikes, so he goes out of the zone upstairs and gets him. But there are times that Tanner Scott has come in, maybe walked the first guy, given up a hit, but all of a sudden gets back into the game, and that's a good sign for him.
Now facing Trout, tying run here, 9th inning. Takes upstairs, 97, way up high. Trout struck out looking in the first, swinging in the 4th, and a base hit against Sandy in the 7th. Not a ton of history between these two, but Trout is 1 for 1 with a double and a walk against Tanner Scott. Stefanik leads off of first. Yanks the fastball. 3-0.
That man lurking on deck.
Scott brings it home. Slider misses, and the tying runs are aboard for the Angels with last year's AL MVP Shohei Ohtani due up.
If you expect to be a playoff team, to win a wild card spot, you have to win games like this. You can't rely on Sandy Alcantara going 9 innings every time he goes out there.
Yeah, I totally agree. They'll switch up the pitch comm systems. Miggy swaps it out there with Tanner Scott.
Tough guy to double up. Just want to make sure you get an out here.
Marlins shift the infield around. Ohtani takes a big swing at a slider. Comes up empty, 0-1.
Swung at that slider like he was looking for it. And he probably was.
0 for 5. And a strikeout against Scott. 0-1 pitch. Wide. 1-1.
Just off. Another slider.
Good pitch there. Got the black. Ball and 2 strikes. Blocked by Stallings, keeps everybody where they are. Trout at first and Stefanik at second. Ohtani 0 for 3, couple of ground outs, reached on the fielder's choice his last time up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He waits for the pitch from Scott, and here it comes. Outside. Ball 3.
He's missed with fastballs twice in that same area. Just off the plate.
Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Marlins lead it 2-0. Payoff pitch. Oh, foul.
Protect mode from Ohtani. Even though it was ball 4, he didn't want to take any chances.
Ohtani got 8 strong innings out of Sandy Alcantara tonight. 107 pitches for him. On the heels of a complete game his last time out. Scott's got the sign. Payoff pitch. Bouncer, foul. A reminder, Ohtani will start as a pitcher tomorrow. He has been phenomenal on both sides of the ball yet again this year. It wasn't really one thing over the other that earned him the MVP last year, but we'll watch him pitch tomorrow night against Trevor Rogers. Coverage starts at 6. 3-2. Ball 4, and they're loaded.
Not what Mel wanted to do. Have to get on that phone again.
And I understand that there are folks at home
going nuts right now
as Okert warms up. Yeah, absolutely. That are saying, why not just leave Sandy out there? And this is my opinion. I don't know if you're the same. Maybe you are. Just because Sandy can doesn't mean he must.
But there actually does come a time where you have to say to yourself, he's a different individual.
Yeah.
You don't compare him with all the other guys who go 100 pitches in 5 innings.
Right.
Okay, we got to get him out. He's at a different level. So every once in a while, you have to take that into consideration.
But this is the 11th outing in a row where he's gone at least 7 innings. And last time out was 117. But the decision has been made. And it's Scott here facing Taylor Ward. 364 hitter with the bases loaded, 3 grand slams, 2 of them this year. A strike. What, by the way, do you think that meeting was about with Mel?
part of it was probably just getting relaxed back in this situation. Part of it could have been what he wanted him to go after Ward with. What pitches with his slider. Looks like he's trying to overthrow the slider. He's missed with a lot down.
Another thing to keep in mind, Scott worked the first 3 games of that National Series. That's inside, that time with a fastball, and it's 2-1. He threw 13 pitches on Friday, 21 pitches on Saturday, 21 pitches on Sunday, before Scott and Okert and Bass, who also all worked those first 3 games, got yesterday off. 2-1. Center field, Sanchez ranging, makes the catch, gets it in quick, run comes in to score. Marlins trade a run for an out, and there are 2 away in a 1-run game. Good job by Sanchez, by the way, to get the ball in quick and keep Trout at second.
He's covered some nice ground out there tonight. Jesus Sanchez has.
First and second, 2 away, 2-1 Marlins on top. Pitch to Walsh, out towards center. Sanchez coming in, makes the catch. It's a Marlins win. Sandy goes the first 8 strong innings. Marlins get 2 solo home runs, and they win a 1-run game. They have been doing that quite a bit lately. And for the Marlins, they have won 6 straight overall.
Now, the game tonight was all about power. Power fastballs and changeups from Sandy Alcantara, and solo home runs from Garrett Cooper and Brian De La Cruz.
A win for the Marlins, 2-1 your final score. Miami Marlins baseball on Bally Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealers today. Toyota, let's go places. And by FPL, your storm is our storm, and we'll face it together. Learn more at FPL.com/storm. A 1-run win for the Marlins. They are a game under 500 after holding off the Angels. For Tommy and Craig, we're back tomorrow. Jessica's got the post-game show next.
5-Hour Energy, because the sun is out and it's time to get outside and give it all you got. And you're going to need some energy, lots of energy. 5-Hour Energy for every game.
Over the last 40 years, we have followed our founder's vision to become a powerful force within our communities, forging long, lasting relationships that redefine what's possible. We've empowered generations with tailored solutions to guide you toward opportunity, toward financial fortitude, toward success. That's the power of Ocean. Ocean Bank. Member FDIC.
With technology that can scale across all your clouds, it's easier to do more innovative things. It's your heads up. It's your backup. It's your forward thinking, never blinking, always at the ready step up. The Hyundai Sonata. It's your journey. Own it. Now lease a Sonata for $219 a month or get 2.79% APR for 60 months or $500 bonus cash. Visit buyhyundai.com.
If what's coming between you and a new grill are the words, some assembly required, come to Ace. Because Ace now offers free assembly and delivery. So get a Traeger wood pellet grill, a Weber gas grill, or a Big Green Egg charcoal grill. You won't find these premium brands and service at a warehouse store, only at your neighborhood Ace. Around the block, what you need in stock with people who know their grills. Right now, get free assembly and delivery on your new grill.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Okay, this is a freezer, not a time capsule. Sometimes the house itself can tell you how a young homeowner is turning into their parents.
Not those two.
Yep, they're gone.
Forever?
Yep.
That there is Progressive's Home Quote Explorer website, where I compared home insurance rates.
We don't need to print the internet. Some are beyond help. I will give you $100 if you can tell me what this is. Scotch egg. It's a meatball.
Progressive can't help you from becoming your parents, but we can help you compare rates on home insurance with Home Quote Explorer.
We've got a lot of work to do.
Welcome to our Marlins Live postgame show brought to you by FPL. It ended up being a thrilling ball game here tonight at loanDepot Park as the Marlins take game one of this two-game set by a final of 2-1. Good to see the Fish on the winning side of a one-run game. The long ball coming into play tonight. First it was Garrett Cooper in the bottom of the third. Then Brian De La Cruz went deep in the bottom of the fifth. But the man of the hour, Sandy Alcantara, 8 innings pitched, only 2 hits, no runs, no walks, and 10 strikeouts. As we welcome you inside the ballpark, which is still buzzing after that win, I'm Jessica Blaylock along with Gabby Sanchez. And Gabby, I tell you what, we knew that we were in store for some special baseball games in this series, especially when you had Sandy Alcantara on the mound taking on hitters like Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani. And this game, even though it got a little tight in the 9th inning, certainly delivered.
Well, first thing, take a deep breath there. Tanner Scott making us stay on our toes there, but for Sandy, I mean, what else can you say about this young man going out there on the mound, doing what he has been doing for 11 straight, going past 7 innings, just completely dominating a game on the mound, using his pitches, still throwing 100 miles an hour in that 8th inning. I know a lot of people might say, well, why isn't he going out there in the 9th? Well, he had 107 pitches. You have to remember his last game where he threw the complete game. It's 117. Then you have to start managing the amount of innings and the amount of pitches because you want him for the long haul, and one more inning ain't going to do anything. You have to be able to rely on the bullpen. Tanner Scott was able to shut the door, even though he wanted to make it interesting for us.
And you hit it on Sandy, a guy that has that old school mentality. I remember asking Mel Stottlemyre Jr., do you think Sandy is more of an old school guy? And he said, do I think? I know. He is our FPL player of the game. Gabby, it's his 11th straight start where he's gone 7 or more innings.
It's just the way that he's going out there and the way that he's competing. You can't sit on one pitch because every single one of his pitches, he can throw it for strikes. His fastball, he can elevate on you. He throws that sinker in. Today, I saw a couple sinkers at 100.6, 100.8 miles an hour. That's something that we haven't seen. He had a little bit more giddy up today.
At the beginning.
In the beginning of the game, because you're not used to seeing that. Usually, when he comes out in the beginning, he's 96, 97, hitting his spots. Today, all of a sudden, Trout goes up there in the first AB, and he says, nah, I'm not going to just give you 96, 97. You're going to see why I should be starting in that all-star game and why I am this good, because he completely just threw fastballs by, in my opinion, the best hitter in baseball.
It's his 8th career game with at least 10 or more strikeouts. And the guy that he got to strike out a couple of times, you just mentioned his name, Mike Trout. How about that matchup? Sandy versus Trout.
It's what we wanted to see. You want to see the best versus the best and see who's going to be able to the one being coming out on top. And for today, it was Sandy. That fastball, he just continued to use the fastball against Trout. And when you're going up against Trout, the last thing that you're probably thinking of is, hey, I'm going to throw fastballs by you. How about 99 miles an hour by the best hitter, in my opinion, in baseball? He might be struggling a little bit right now, but I do not care. The man is dangerous when he's up to bat, and Sandy just went right after him.
And then here's the single in the 7th inning after Sandy won the first 2 matchups against him. Trout did single off of him in the 7th, but that's what a great hitter does, right? He makes adjustments the third time through.
Well, here's the thing. The swing all of a sudden cut down a little bit. And he said, okay, fine, I can't be swinging hard against Sandy. It's got too much movement. It's 99 miles an hour. It has sink. I need to just make contact with it. And you got to give credit to a hitter. You're not going to win every single one of them. But if you are going to lose the battle if you're a pitcher, it's good to lose it on an infield single rather than him taking you deep. So you take that if you're Sandy. You had a great performance. You did a great job against a great hitter. He went 1 for 3 off you. Struck him out twice. There's not much more you can ask about for a pitcher like Sandy.
Another great hitter in that Angels lineup, Shohei Ohtani. We know all of the accolades. First player ever sent to the All-Star game as both a pitcher and a position player. What did you see in that matchup between Ohtani and Sandy?
Well, what I like to see is a lot of changeups because that is what you need to do against Ohtani. He's not hitting well against the changeup, and that's exactly what Sandy did, and used the changeup and the sinker to be able to get him off. But he just went right after him. A lot of changeups, and then what do? You go ahead and throw that fastball up, change the eye level. Let's do it again. I'm going to come back up in there. I'm going to show you what I have. Why? Because I want to throw this changeup. He kept it up, which is why Ohtani was able to make contact with it, but he got him out in front because you have to respect a 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
And then in the 4th inning, again, Sandy versus Ohtani. He grounded out in the 1st inning, hitting into the shift, and that's what this at-bat would lead to as well.
And it was, again, another changeup down and away. It's a pitch that you want to show Ohtani. That's what you want to execute against him because he hasn't been hitting it well this year.
And then 7th inning, this one's going to be a fielder's choice. But again, Sandy, part of the play in making the smart decision.
Yeah, Sandy did a great job. You know why? Because he didn't try to rush it. He knows that Ohtani runs good up the line. He wants to just secure that ball and get it to second. And then you have to understand that Ohtani, not only is he a pitcher, not only can he hit, but guess what? He can steal bases too, which for me, if I'm a manager, I'm telling Ohtani, listen, you got the red light, man. I can't have you risking yourself stealing a base, pulling something. I need you on the mound, and I need you with your bat.
Yeah, and at that point, you know that they needed to get a runner in scoring position because of the way that Sandy was dealing, but still luckily Sandy gets out of that inning, no damage done, ends up going the 8 innings and not allowing a run. That did mean that Tanner Scott would come in for the 9th, got a little too close for comfort, but in the end, Tanner Scott gets the job done and picks up another save. He is standing by with Craig Minervini.
Thank you, Jessica. Tanner, 11th career save. It was a little thrilling, but you got the job done. Your thoughts?
It's never good to make them a little too close. And bases loaded, I mean, you never want to get there, especially when Sandy's done a hell of a job tonight. I mean, that dude's awesome. I mean, so to pick up and save it, it's huge. Shouldn't make it that rocky again.
You had to get through Trout and Ohtani along the way. You kind of knew that would happen.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, they're great hitters. I mean, you just got to tackle them. I mean, fortunately, I think I walked them. You know, it's not what you want to do to the best hitters, but it's okay. We got the job done.
What Mel say to you when he came out as you bore down there and got the last 2 out?
He just said, hey, go out there and play catch. I mean, there's guys on base. Just, hey, attack right here. I mean, you got the stuff to do it. Let's do it.
How big was the sac fly award? You get the out, sort of calms things down and leaves the potential tying run still on second base.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it's Mike Trout, it's you know he's fast, so you don't want that thing to drop. So makes it a little nerve-wracking, but I mean, Sanchez is a great outfielder and it's huge.
How about for this ball club now? 6 straight wins. Are you paying attention to the rest of the league and where you guys stand these days?
I mean, we just got to keep winning. That's the goal. Take one game at a time and just keep winning.
Is that fun out there, by the way?
Yeah, it's fun. It's just it's not really fun when you start making it a little interesting, and I got to stop doing that. It's nerve-wracking, but got through it.
Got the job done. Thanks, Tanner.
Thank you.
All right, Jess, back to you.
Thanks, Craig. Yes, that is the most important thing. Sometimes it's not always pretty. Just get the job done, and that's what the Marlins were able to do, especially we know with how frustrating the one-run games were just a few months ago. The Marlins typically dropping those games that had been determined by 1 run, but doing a much better job in tight, close ball games lately.
Well, what you want to see, too, though, is with Tanner Scott, Well, Mel Stoudemire went out there and said, hey, just play catch. Here's the thing. Tanner Scott throws 97, 98 miles an hour from the left side, has a slider that he can move all the way across the plate. So when he goes out there, when he tries to be too perfect, that's when he starts to throw those balls. He starts to pull them across the plate too much. He doesn't need to do that. He can get away with using the top and bottom of the zone. He can climb the ladder on guys. He can put guys away with that slider, but it's just getting those reps. And for me, if he continues doing that, he's going to continue getting better because you need him coming in to close out games.
The one thing that you know when Sandy Alcantara is on the mound, yes, you want to get him run support, but the way that Sandy's been throwing the ball lately, you know that maybe at this point 2 runs will win the ball game. The Marlins scored 2 runs tonight, and they both came by way of the home run.
Yeah, you're right. You want it to be more than 2. You want to give him a little bit of leeway to have him relax. But how about Cooper? Gets a fastball in on the plate, pulls his hands nicely through that baseball, and drives it out to left center field for the first run of the ball game. And that was huge because it got the Marlins on the board. And then this was even better with De La Cruz because it gave some breathing room. It's a slider thrown right over the middle of the plate, does not move much, and De La Cruz just crushes this baseball to left field.
And you got to like what you've seen from De La Cruz these past couple of games. Obviously, the huge 2-run home run the other night against the Washington Nationals. It's back-to-back games with home runs. 3 home runs in his last 10 games, and he's on a nice little 4-game hit streak. So, again, it all goes back to seeing different players step up and get the job done offensively when the Marlins need them to.
And here's the thing, too, with De La Cruz. It's not like he's going up there and striking out.
Right.
He's made a lot of hard contact. He's hit a lot of line drives. He's hit them at people. So it's called the dumb hitting because you hit line drives at people, atom balls, we call them. But I like the way that he's going up and he's approaching his ABs. He's having good ABs. He's having long ABs. He's working counts. When he gets his pitches, he's doing damage to him. So he's a guy, they call him kind of that 4th outfield guy that you can have in that ball club that will give you length and give the team ability to be able to sit certain guys in certain times to give them rest, and you're not going to really lose much.
You know what they call him? LeBron James.
LeBron James.
LeBron
He does
James.
look like him.
He really does. Let's check in with the Marlins clubhouse, get the post-game thoughts of manager Don Mattingly.
Whew. All right, Craig, you get started.
That was fun.
Skip, exciting, maybe too exciting. 6th straight win. How about your thoughts on the way it went and the finish?
Well, the way it went, I'm happy with the way it went. Obviously, Sandy, once again, really, really good. Maybe as good as we've kind of seen him. His stuff was really good tonight. And kind of the same old thing, right, with him. And just to be able to get those runs, I wish we would have got a couple more there in the 8th when we had a chance. But other than that, a lot of Sandy.
Did you toy at all with, if you don't get any runs, potentially sending them out, or were you convinced after 8 that was enough for tonight?
No, I kind of had him going back out. I really initially said I'm going to take him out after 8, where his pitch count was. Mel's like, this guy's cruising. He's still good, and so we kind of looked at it like a couple of hitters, or hitter by hitter. We weren't going to let him get in trouble. But then as the 8th got extended and it got long and a pitching change, and at that point it's like, I'm not going to let him sit there for 15, 20 minutes and then try to go back out at the end of the night. And it's a hard one. And Sandy's always hard because he's always kind of your best guy, no matter where you're at. But we have internal discussions about Sandy, and Kim and I have talked about, this guy's at that number almost every time out, and we got to think about winning the long haul for not only his career but really this year. You're going to need Sandy all year long, and if we go break him here, just pushing him every time he goes out there, and it's not pushing him because he wants to be there, right? So, but I think that's where I have to make decisions that are based on keeping this guy healthy, what's best for him, in the long run for his career, and then for the organization as well.
So did you go back to Sandy sometime during that bottom of the 8th?
Now let Mel do that.
Oh.
No, yeah, during that, when they start making pitch and change, when they made the pitch and change, I was like, Mel, we gotta turn the other way. And I know, again, it's a hard one, and and then it starts off with the ball down the line, and it's it's kind of nerve-wracking because the questions you're going to get in that situation. But again, I think that's where, for me, I have to stick to my base, like, player first, right? I got to take care of Sandy and his career. I got to help take care of the organization from that standpoint. And I can't let this guy just keep pushing and pushing all the time, right? And so it's a tough call. If it goes bad in the 9th, you have to answer questions. But I think that's just what you got to wear as a manager.
With that, just how tricky is it too, though? Because he doesn't have very many stressful innings, but it's still the up-downs that he has to do.
Yeah, I don't think we're worried about the up-downs so much at this point. It's just he's starting to get the volume of pitches every time. So it's like, let him go to 116 last time or 17. He's at 7 in this one, and usually you look at like 15 an inning, so you're over 120. And in today's game, you're just one of those things you talk about. And again, I think you just have to look at his career and look at his health as important. But it was nice tonight to get a win. I'm glad there were a lot of people here, right? It was a good crowd to watch him. It should be that way every time he pitches. And I know there was a lot of stuff going on with the other club too. I mean, you get to come see Trout, one of the best players of our generation, and Ohtani and the whole thing. But Sandy's a show every time he pitches, and should be getting where he's that guy that brings extra people here.
It's like his length and his endurance is kind of what makes him so unique in baseball right now. Just how do you kind of explain that where everyone else, it feels like, is maybe just a rarity, and for him it's like every star, it feels like?
I know. I think part of it is that he's not he's after outs and getting deep into the game for his team. It's not about strikeouts. And if you're chasing strikeouts all the time, you're using more pitches. I think he's just as happy when they go first pitch swinging and he gets an out of it. So, and then his training is just over the top. I mean, he trains to do what he's doing, and I've talked about this a lot lately with him, but he does. He puts time in that he trains to a level that, and quite honestly, our other pitchers probably don't do. Pablo's getting close, right? And maybe Pablo's there, but the other guys are going to need to learn. If you want to be like this dude or you want to be great, there's a level you got to go to. And Sandy's willing to go to that level, and that's what's so special about him.
Is that the type of leadership that you were kind of praising 2 years ago when you said
Sandy don't have to say a word.
Yeah.
Right, he really doesn't. And he doesn't say a lot. Sandy doesn't have to say a word, because if this is your dude and if this is an example of how you go about your business, then that's all the leadership he has to do, right? He don't have to say a word.
What have you learned about Tanner Scott, who's become your closer? I mean, he's worked out a couple of issues on multiple occasions, probably a little uneasy, but he's had the guts to get out of some of these things.
Another dramatic question. You're digging down. That's 2 in a row, 2 nights in a row. I've learned that he makes me nervous, number one. No, I mean, I think Tanner, why we think he can handle that role is because he doesn't, I think he's just kind of just off enough to be good for that role, because things don't seem to bother him. He gets a little scattered now and then, but he gets back in the zone. But I think that's why I like about that role, is that nothing seems to really bother him at the end of the day.
Sandy was great, but Aggie got his first career stolen base.
Was that his first career?
Yeah, first one in 2014.
In
professional
Venezuela.
career in Venezuela.
First
You got one in Venezuela. You looked that up? Wow.
Yeah. Didn't even remember that.
Is that the green light now?
It's always a little yellow with him. Caution.
What was the atmosphere in the dugout, or just vibe? It's not often, obviously, that he steals base. But.
Oh, not crazy, at least at our end. you know. The other end may have been, but yeah, not crazy.
Keep KJ is really good at, I guess, getting the most out of his runners at first.
He is. You better talk to Sandy.
Oh, come on, Donnie. Give Jesus Aguilar the green light. Hey, Sandy Alcantara doesn't always look for strikeouts, just wants to get outs, but he got strikeouts tonight. 10K for Sandy. We will hear from him next.
Every storm is different. Every story unique. But our commitment to you never changes. If it's your storm, it's our storm. And we'll face it together.
So, what do you think?
This is fine.
This is not a test. Please
This is fine.
This is fine. Now this is fine. Get fine deals at the Toyota Big One Sales Event. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places.
Choosing T-Mobile is like paying for this, but getting that. And with our new Price Lock Guarantee, you won't need to worry about price hikes. Because unlike AT&T, we won't raise the price of your rate plan. Another way customers get more at T-Mobile.
It's the Rooms to Go July 4th coupon sale. So find your valuable bonus coupons in your newspaper, online, or on the Rooms to Go app. Coupons good through Tuesday. Coupons that save you big money on great-looking furniture. Now is the perfect time to shop and get extra savings with your bonus coupons. Plus, to make buying easier, finance interest-free for 60 months. So hurry. The Rooms to Go July 4th coupon sale is now through Tuesday.
Be safe. It's time for a Census body check. Millions get skin cancer every year. Visit censushealthcare.com to find a non-surgical treatment with a 98% cure rate that has no scarring, no cutting, no pain. Score at censushealthcare.com today.
I didn't win the lawsuit, but everybody knows I wrote that song.
Flo? Gosh, it's been forever. You look fantastic. It's John. Ham. From the blind date we went on years ago?
Ah, the struggling actor who didn't believe he could save his snapshot based on how and how much he drives.
I'd love to talk about it over dinner sometime.
Well, I usually don't talk on the phone during dinner, but for potential customer Tom Ham, I will make an exception.
Oh, boy.
With technology that can scale across all your clouds, it's easier to do more innovative things.
Marlins Live, the postgame show on Valley Sports, is brought to you by FPL. Your storm is our storm, and we'll face it together. Learn more at fpl.com/storm.
I'm the king of the city. This is my throne, the land of the gritty, the place I call home. Tried by many, but stand on my own. There can only be one, so I stand alone. I'm the king of the city. The king of the city. The king of the city. This is my throne, the land of the gritty, the place I call home. This is my city. This is my city. This is my city. Better stand down. I'm the king of the city. This is my throne, the land of the gritty, the place I call home. Tried by many.
Sandy, you came out flying tonight. You had, I think, 6 100-mile-per-hour pitches in the first inning. Can you address the amped up excitement that you had coming into this start?
First, I want to say thank you, God, for keeping me healthy in the game and give me the opportunity to go outside and do my job. First inning, you gotta be aggressive. Just use my stuff and compete today. Because they got a report. They had to face me tonight, but I went outside and fight.
So after the 8th inning, Don explained you thought you were going out for the 9th.
I was sitting waiting for that. I want to finish my game. But he take me out and I got to repeat.
At that point, did you understand it? Because you thought you were going out, something kind of unusual. You thought you were going out, and then because how long the inning went.
Yeah, they take me out, but after that they told me it's a long inning, and we don't want to get you go out, and have like a couple run. But after that, you just make a really good decision. I say, okay, that's fine, but I'm still mad.
Do you get nervous watching what happened? I mean, Scott got out of it. He got the save. He did his job. Was it nerve-wracking for you too?
No, just I know like everybody gonna have a bad day and a really good day, but I believe on my bullpen guy. Just waiting for them to finish the game.
Sandy, what was it like, I guess, facing Trout and Ohtani for the first time, and how do you think you fared?
They're really good. They are the really good best hitter right now. But I don't have to worry about it. Tonight was my day. I went outside and fight again. Then
It seemed like against Trout, a lot of fastballs. Was that sort of what you guys were aiming to do?
Just when inning by inning, like evaluating the hitter. If you don't have challenge against my fastball, I gotta use it. And I use it a lot tonight.
I think on the road trip, or they mentioned just you got to see Trout at the last All-Star game you were at. Just the possibility that maybe in a couple weeks' time you might be able to see him and Ohtani again. Is that something you'd be looking forward to?
Yeah, it's gonna be good. Like be there again with Ohtani and Trout. Like having fun with them, talking about the game tonight. But it's gonna be good. Great opportunity for us.
Can you talk about the big outs you got in the fifth and the seventh, with that run around third base and those strikeouts you had?
Yeah. I say before, I don't have to worry when I got men on base, because my stuff is too good. I just gotta use Syndergaard again and compete again.
Scotty said he felt like maybe this was as good as your stuff has been all year, maybe ever. Did you feel like you kind of had a different, like another level tonight, basically, with that? The movement on the sinker and the two seams, seemed like?
He said one of them, but I think all my games being really good. I think my consistency that I've been doing, just went outside every fifth day, fighting for my team. I think that's really good.
Do you enjoy watching Ohtani tomorrow at all, just from a, baseball standpoint?
Yeah, saying as tonight, just enjoy the game, have fun.
Sandy, en algún momento, cuando tú eras un prospecto, uno Syndergaard era el power pitcher de las grandes ligas, tiraba más de 100 millas por hora. Hoy vemos un Noah Syndergaard que ha cambiado, que utiliza mucho rompimiento y que apenas llega a 90 millas. ¿Te sorprende el cambio de Noah Syndergaard?
¿Sabes? Sorprende a mí, a mi equipo completo, y pienso que sorprende a la MLB completo, ¿sabes? Porque en el 2018, me acuerdo yo cuando vi a Syndergaard pichar contra mí en un juego, tirando 99, 100 millas por hora. Pienso que las lesiones no lo han ayudado. Igual que a cualquier otro pitcher, cuando tú te lesionas, trata de recuperarte lo más pronto posible, pero van a pasar muchas cosas, que te va a lesionar, va a estar bien y otro día mal.
Sandy, son 11 salidas.
I love that answer from Sandy. Yeah, I understood why they took me out of the game, but I was still mad. I love that. Sandy is so special, and Gabby, I wonder if you kind of feel the same way I do on this. When Sandy is on the mound, it reminds me of when Jose was on the mound. And I understand that they are two completely different personalities. Jose was a showman. He wasn't just a pitcher, he was a performer. As we take a look at the Auto Nation final stats of the night, what Sandy was able to do. Sandy is locked in. Yeah. He is in the zone. You see it. He is in compete mode. And even the day before, you see him start to flip that switch. But do you feel like when Sandy Alcantara is on the mound, it's starting to feel like when Jose was on the mound?
Well, I mean, for me, here's the thing. When Jose was on the mound, they kind of had a pitch count with him. They had control. They didn't really let him go deep into the games. I believe he had 70-something starts, and 8 of those, he went into the 8th inning. He never went into the 9th. And that was just controlled by the team because they wanted to look out for his arm and they didn't want him to throw. Sandy's a different kind of pitcher, and you're right. Jose Fernandez, he would go out there, and it was just that love, and all the fans loved him because he was so outgoing and what he did on the mound, and he was always smiling, having fun. Sandy is completely different to that. Sandy is very focused. He's keyed in. He knows what he has. He wants to go deep, and they're finally letting him spread his wing and go into those 8th and 9th innings and throw into the 100, pitch mark, throwing 117, 107, not taking him out, letting him pitch. And I think those are the two biggest differences between them, because I think Jose Fernandez was something special. Absolutely. You can never take that away. But if you're talking to me about who would be basically the better pitcher on the mound if I had to choose between one of them right now, you can't not go wrong with either one of them. But what Sandy is doing right now on the mound in the era that he's doing it in, remember the era that starting pitchers are in right now, they're going 5 innings, 6 innings, and that's all they're doing. That's it. Come out of the ball game, you're done. Thanks for coming. You did a great job. You got us into the 5th or 6th inning. You don't see Sandys anymore. You're not seeing these guys go 7, 8, 9 innings consistently, day in and day out. Those are the eras when I was playing, which was, 10, 12 years ago. Those guys were going 7, 8 innings. It's not like that anymore. So seeing him do that now, that's the biggest difference.
It really just makes what Sandy Alcantara is doing that much more special. Yeah. It's so much fun to watch every 5th day. Still more to come on our Marlins Live postgame show, brought to you by FPL. How about some speed on the base path from Jesus Aguilar? That's right, you heard me correctly. That's coming up next.
It takes several sources of energy to bring you energy. There's natural gas, nuclear, solar, and another source that's, well, pretty darn special. Florida Power and Light.
The LG Cord Zero all-in-one tower with Auto Empty. The first stick vacuum that automatically empties. Zero dust, zero worries.
Dive into Marlins baseball on Bally Sports Florida.
Oh my goodness!
So you'll never miss another moment like that.
Makes the catch!
Ever again.
Wow.
Marlins baseball all season long on Bally Sports Florida and the Bally Sports app.
Guess who's...
At Spectrum Mobile, you get unlimited for $29.99 a month per line for 2 or more lines. Let's say you need 3 lines for your business. Did you just say $29.99 per line per month? That's what I was going to say. Or maybe you need 4 lines for your family. Or 5, or 6. Each line is only $29.99. Maybe that's why they're the nation's fastest growing mobile provider. Or maybe it's this smile. We don't know. The numbers aren't in. Spectrum Mobile. Unlimited and nationwide 5G for just $29.99. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store near you today.
We are your neighbors. Your friends, your family. We believe in living off a land free of hormones, pesticides, and GMOs. We believe in produce that is fresh, locally sourced, and organic. We are Sunseed Food Co-op, serving our community since 1974.
Enough to crawl into a play place to get them to come down, that surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
Angels, Marlins. Coverage starts tomorrow at 6 on Bally Sports Florida.
Welcome back to our Marlins Live postgame show, brought to you by FPL. It was a tight one here at the ballgame tonight, but the Marlins win it by a final of 2-1 and take game 1 of this 2-game series against the Los Angeles Angels. A stolen base tonight for Jesus Aguilar. Let's hear what he had to say about that one.
You got a new nickname? Is that true?
What's happening?
Aggie Hamilton?
Aggie Hamilton, I'm sorry. Was too fast. I think he can even throw to second because I got plenty of time to steal the base, and I'm just kidding. I think I just was lucky for me.
First, did you ever think about this?
No. I was asking it to the coach, like, let me go. He just said, yes. Are you serious? I just go. Was an off pitch, was a slow pitch. I think that's why I get it.
Just let me go. Please, I'm begging you. Just let me try and steal a bag, and he gets it. I love it.
Jess, here's the thing. Nobody's looking for him to steal. So you're able to just start running, especially when you're able to time up a pitcher and you're able to go. I mean, he was off and running. He can do this more than he thinks, because here's the thing. All of a sudden the pitcher's on the mound and they start doing the same exact thing. They hold 1 second, 2 second, I'm coming home. 1 second, 2 second, I'm coming home. 1 second, 2 second, that's how I got my steals. Why did I do that? Because, hey, 1 second, 2 second, if you're going to keep doing that, I'm going to make you pay. So on 1 second, when you count 1, 2, on 1, I start running, because guess what happens on 2? He's lifting. You're basically standing in at second base saying, I just got a stolen base, got into scoring position. And it was easy. Why? Because pitchers aren't paying attention to a guy like Jesus Aguilar, and he can take advantage of that. And I hope that that's kind of what this showed him today. Hey, take advantage of those extra bases. Have fun with it. You like to mess around with guys? Well, there's nothing better than messing around with a guy when you're stealing second base.
Do you remember how many career stolen bases you have?
I think, 10? 11? 12?
I think it's 12.
Wow.
Ding, ding, ding,
Is
ding,
it 12
ding.
for 13, too?
12. Wow, that's a
I was 12 for 13 stealing. I got thrown out one time.
percentage right there.
Gotta
I don't
do
know.
it.
Maybe you should have been stealing more bags, Gabby. Let's get to our Toyota Road Ahead. Take a look at our pitching matchup for tomorrow. And this is going to be a good one as well. It's Shohei Ohtani versus Trevor Rogers. Trevor Rogers, coming off of one of the best starts that he's had this season, was only at 76 pitches. Don Mattingly took him out after the 5th inning, but thought that was important for him to really get that good feeling after a solid outing.
And that's the only reason why he came out, is because he was throwing the ball extremely well. You want that confidence to continue to build up, because for Trevor Rogers, the confidence is what's going to get him going. He was able, and that's what one of the things that I saw, is that he was able to start spotting that fastball in. And when you're spotting the fastball in, especially to a righty, all of a sudden at 95, 96 miles an hour as a hitter, I need to start thinking about getting those hands out. So getting those hands out, now you can get me away with that changeup, and I can swing over the top of it. You will get me to chase that back foot slider. And that was the thing that I saw that he did against the Nationals, and I want to continue seeing that from him, because if he's able to do that, he's going to have success again.
Yeah, Trevor Rogers, coming off of a win against the Nationals, was part of that effort to help the Marlins get the sweep over the Nationals, and they will look for the 2-game sweep tomorrow against the Angels after taking this one by a final of 2-1. Sandy Alcantara, once again, absolutely brilliant. 8 innings pitched, only 2 hits allowed, no runs, no walks, and 10 strikeouts. And we're going to see Shohei Ohtani on the mound tomorrow. And guess what? Jesus Aguilar going to be looking for his 2nd career stolen base. We hope to see you at the ballpark tomorrow or on our Marlins Live pregame show.